deep poverty, unemployment and inequality is unacceptable and unsustainable. 2023, we then hear from the president again speaking about the fact that between the third quarters of 2021 and 2022, around 1.5 million new jobs were created in the country's economy. And then the questions arose at the time. Yes, the jobs are welcome, but how far do they go to addressing the issue of young people who remain unemployed? 2024, remember, that's the year we heard about Dintswalo, a young person who would have benefited from the policies at the time. Government, through President Cyril Ramaphosa, speaking there about the expanded public works program, the presidential employment stimulus, saying that through this program, government has been able to create around 1.7 million work and livelihood opportunities. Again, the question there is, how big does this, put a dent as far as the issue of unemployment is concerned in the country? And also, are these, programs working on a wider scale enough to ensure that they address the issue of young people who are unemployed? 2025, the president again comes back and says the task is to grow the economy of South Africa, making sure that government works together in unison to be able to attend to the issues of South Africa. But also, again, he talks about creating jobs. He talks about reducing poverty. He talks about reducing inequality, improving the lives of South Africans. And when you listen to a lot of people that our reporters are speaking to today, they still have some of these, requests and some of these demands. And these were aspirations of government then. What happens tonight? What does the president say as a report back to say how much has been done to address some of the issues, particularly the issues of inequality? Because they are laid bare. And you think about the fact that even today, when we speak about some people that would not have had water, these are people who could at times don't even have access to an alternative source of water. So what does it mean then if there's a crisis like this one and we're seeing what appears to be a slow reaction to the progress, in fact, the crisis? I know that earlier on the ministers were saying that for them, it doesn't seem like it's a fair assessment to say that they were slow and work is not, going on. But we are going to then be continuing to explore some of these issues with our reporters on the ground. Remember, Ayanda Inyati is also on standby tonight and to speak to some of the people who are watching the space of young people, described as a ticking time bomb. But when then do we deal with it? We'll talk more about that after this. We're still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, where we are expecting President Cyril Ramaphosa to deliver the State of the Nation Address 2026. It does become an opportunity to formally open the program of Parliament, and lots of questions even around the role of Parliament as an oversight body. But at this hour, we're focusing on the issues of young people. You think about climate change, you think about unemployment, you think about a number of issues that young people are facing. And I do hope it's third time lucky, Ayanda, as we then listen to some of what needs to be said by the President tonight in order to set the tone that government is listening to the cries of young people.
Well, Bongi, I'll tell you what, you're coming through loud and clear. On my side, I hope you can hear me now for a third time lucky. We've soaked in all the sun we can while waiting. So I'm going to jump straight into our conversation with Jordan Peters, a youth activist here in the city of Cape Town, has been for many years, and I've learned is also a very patient person. So thank you for waiting with us. Lovely to be speaking with you. You've been here before in a very different context, of course, when you're part of the, shall we call it, protests and demonstrations from young people. Tell us what issues you were raising then and whether you feel any of them have been addressed.
I mean, I think from our president's first SONA in 2018, much of the problems have remained the same. Unemployment, access to basic services, and now we're also dealing with a water crisis across the country. So our issues have just compounded, become more desperate. And I think it's actually sad that we aren't seeing any civil society protests happening here today. I think that in itself is a representation of the feeling in the country, the feeling of hopelessness in the country.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, shall we call it, subdued mood while we're here. It's certainly a whole lot more lively by this time. And I wonder what you put that down to, Jordan?
I think that we are in a situation where we have political elites who are so far removed from the daily realities of our society. And so SONA, as a place of hopes and dreams and fairy tales, has become so far removed from our understanding of how we need to move this country forward. And I think a lot of that comes down to a lack of imagination by our government, and also I think a distance between what South Africans really need, which is an understanding of how the bread and butter issues are going to be addressed. The cost of living crisis is crippling us, especially as young people. And so we just want to understand, where is the action and when do the dreams stop?
Yeah, the president in his speech last year, out of the 3 priorities he spoke about, mentioned this concept of inclusive growth. And I wonder what that means for a young person like you who's buckling under the pressure of the cost of living that you said. I mean, does that phrase, inclusive growth, find any resonance in your lived experience?
Not at all. And I mean, a lot of what the president promised last year was also just concept. So we had the national dialogue, which was touted as this great social cohesion building mechanism. 70 million rand later, and no new talk of the national dialogue, no change in how a society is interacting with itself. So we have to ask, the dreams that are touted by our president, does it have any action, and does it change anything in our daily lives?
Yeah. Let's speak a bit more about what you're hoping to hear nonetheless. I mean, the speech will go ahead even as people are disillusioned. And, you know, we're told the president watches a lot. If he was to have your company now, what are those final touches that you're hoping he'll make, speaking specifically to young people?
Look, I think that because it's a local government election, I would like the president to focus on the breakdown of municipalities across the country. This is about our basic access to water, to electricity, to service delivery, right? And the intergovernmental relations have just not gotten any stronger since the last SONA and all the SONAs before that. And so people need dignity, people need water. And so what is our president and what is the national government going to do about the way municipalities just continue to break down?
Yeah, I can't let you go without speaking about the Flawless movements, because I know there's been a bit of involvement there. And at that time, my goodness, there was so much optimism about how activism and that vibrancy is being brought back into the campus space. To what extent has that changed? And again, what do you put that down to?
again, I have to be pessimistic. It's been 10 years, 11 years since the Flawless movement, and people are still being financially excluded. Just down the road at CPUT, young people were sleeping outside on the pavement because of a lack of accommodation, because of a lack of the ability for NASFIS to house them. So, you know, we talk about the gains, it's touted as this amazing moment for the youth of South Africa, but nothing has changed. And so I would say to the young people of South Africa that we need to focus on our communities. We need to focus on community organizations. We need to realize that change is not going to come unless we bring that change. And so please find out who your ward councillor is. Please get involved with the neighborhood groups, with the children's sporting groups, the cultural groups in your community. It's us that are going to bring that change, not SONA.
It's interesting you say that, because the narrative out there, depending who you listen to, of course, is that young people are disillusioned. They don't care about politics. They're not interested. They're all on TikTok.
Well, I feel like people should stop speaking about young people as a homogenous group. Young people are extremely varied in terms of their political ideologies, their interests, their dreams, their aspirations. And I can speak personally with having worked with young people in the Northern Cape, across the Western Cape, in rural areas. Young people are hopeful. Young people are enacting change in their communities, but they need resources. And so a lot of young people that I know give of their last to make a difference in their community, and they need to be supported and not touted as being inactive and uncaring.
Jordan Peters, thanks very much indeed for speaking to us. Really do appreciate it. Jordan is a youth activist here in the city of Cape Town, and as you can hear, a lot of history, at least from her lived experience, around what it'll take to shift the dial. Our next guest is Murphy Nganga. He's with Youth Capital, the communications lead. Great to see you, sir. Perhaps you can just begin with a bit of context for people who haven't heard of Youth Capital. Where does your role fit in when we try to talk about the plight of young people in our country?
Thank you so much for having us. So Youth Capital is a national advocacy campaign where we look to tackle policy change that tackles unemployment, basically. What we do is surface lived experiences of young people and look at it from policy implementation angle and say, is it actually really being implemented on the ground? Are people actually kind of living this sort of policy implementation on the ground?
Right, and I suppose that's the question, right? I'm going to throw it right to you. The policy is there. We're told, you know, we have some of the best policies in the country, but we're also sitting now with one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world.
I mean, there it is, right? It's not really being seen from a place of implementation perspective. A lot of people who are sitting within the place of just implementing, they're not looking at it from a lived experience perspective, right? We are living in the most, like, say, beautiful cities around the country, but then the country is vast. The challenges are vast around the country. So in that sense, that how is it translating to people who are sitting outside of the Western Cape? How is it sitting outside of the Eastern Cape, the Northwest? How is unemployment affecting those young people in the community there?
Yeah, we're told often the issue is this concept of a mismatch, right? The stuff we're learning at UCT, UWC, CPUT, universities around the country simply doesn't match what is needed in the labor market. And I suppose there's going to be a question around how we bridge that.
Yes, and I think it's really from policymakers' perspective, they need to look at it from what is happening in the labor market right now, the people who need to enter the labor market, what do they need, what is the skill that is most important right now, and actually look at it from a perspective of young people. What are they most excited about? What can they contribute to the economy?
What are young people telling you about what they want to do as part of that contribution?
Young people right now are telling us that they want to contribute to more a fourth industrial revolutional perspective, right? And this is something that is more common, and this is something that they're actually more involved in. And that is what they're telling us.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Murphy Nganga is with Youth Capital. Of course, as you can hear, part of the work they are interested in is ways in which they can get young people into a job. The bus keeps moving here. We'll bring in our next guest. Ingrid Baum is with the National Council Against Smoking. The name says it all, but Ingrid, I'm going to allow you to explain to us what your objective is here as an organization.
So I'm not only here as the National Council Against Smoking, I'm also a representative for the Protect Our Next campaign, which is basically a campaign of young advocates that are advocating for a South Africa that isn't consumed by so many tobacco products. And the reason we're here today is that the Tobacco Control Bill has been sitting in Parliament since 2022. Currently, the Portfolio Committee on Health is supposed to be progressing this bill. However, we're not seeing any progress. There is a lot of public public hearings that took place last year, and people have given their voices why it is that we need this bill to protect public health. However, it's sitting and it's stagnant, and our question is this the agenda? Is there a behind the scenes agenda that is there perhaps, or what is the reason behind it moving on? And we needed to move on because we need a bill that can protect young people and protect the country from the hazardous effects of tobacco products.
Yeah, many will also say that it's also quite a contentious issue, as I'm sure you know, very charged. We saw all those debates come to the fore during the COVID-19 pandemic when there was questions about whether or not smoking should be banned completely. What's your response to those who are in this industry and say, look, I'm a breadwinner, I need to essentially keep a job, which happens to be in this industry, and your campaign would essentially put my family out, would be out in the streets?
I think, look, we really need to look at the fact that the consumption of tobacco products is a hazardous product when you're consuming it, right? And as much as this is sometimes people's livelihoods, there are other sources of income that people could be looking into. When you look at the fact that people will still be able to consume tobacco products as they wish, but it's a matter of regulating how these products are sold, how these products are marketed, and ensuring that we don't have a new generation of smokers that will be uptaking a new nicotine addiction that keeps them hooked for life.
Okay, help us clear the smoke, excuse the pun. Where exactly are things falling through the cracks here? I mean, if you're saying the issue is not the sale of tobacco, it's how it's being done, help us drill into those issues a bit more.
Look, if we look at the fact that right now tobacco products are easily accessible, especially e-cigarettes, if we look at that. The reason why that is because there's no regulation in place relating to e-cigarettes. There's a huge uptake of e-cigarette smoke or vaping amongst young people. When we look at the stats, for instance, 3.3 million South Africans smoke e-cigarettes, and of that 11% of that are young people. So if we're looking at young people taking up, and it's rising over the years, there's studies from UCT that has been done in high schools where it shows there's a huge uptake of young people smoking these products. So that does become a problem within our society because we are building a road of people who will essentially be addicted to nicotine and also have to deal with the health harms that are associated with all of these products, which is a huge cost for the Department of Health as well, because if you think about it, 42 billion worth of spend is spent on ensuring that we treat tobacco-related diseases. That money could be redistributed to more essential things that are needed in our country.
I can imagine a scenario where people are saying by the time you're trying to ban the thing, you've lost the war, right? A young person doesn't just want to smoke. There is a currency attached to that. There's status. There's all these things that come with it. Are we waging a war on that front?
I won't say we're waging a war on that front. The reason why there's status behind it, there's a currency, there's lifestyle behind it, is because of the marketing that is being used for these products. If we put in regulations such as, for instance, plain packaging, which is literally a display of how lungs decapitate when smoking, a person won't be interested in engaging in such a product because they know these are the effects of it. If we look at how we display these products, for instance, on point of sale, when you walk into a ShopRite or a Checkers and you see those products, they're attractive. The colors, young people are drawn to it. So when you put regulations into place to ensure that this isn't as appetizing and this isn't a normal thing amongst young people, we save their lives. And like I keep saying, it's a matter of, we're not saying that these products are going to be banned. I think we need to get that straight. These products won't be banned. They will still be sold. They'll still be accessible. But how these products are marketed, how they're displayed in shops, the fact that we can create 100% smoke-free indoor and outdoor public areas really does save lives, and it's something that we should take into account.
People will point to the fact that smoking has been banned, I think. The advertising of smoking on TV, at the very least, I haven't seen that. Do we have evidence that stuff like that works, for example?
Absolutely. There's been a lot of data that has been done in the country to show basically how much the prevalence of smoking has gone down. There was an amended law in 2008 where advertising was really buckled down in terms of these tobacco products, and the prevalence of smoking went down. But once we had new products in the market like e-cigarettes that are not regulated, that are advertised everywhere, it plummeted up, and now we're sitting at 29% worth of South Africans who are smokers.
All right, Ingrid Baum, thanks very much indeed. Like I said, contentious issue, but I think your arguments are articulated at the very least, and it's up to South Africans to decide whether this is also something they'd be able to rally against or behind. So there you have it, just canvassing really the sentiments of ordinary people who will be found walking on the other side of the barricade here at the Cape Town City Hall, where the State of the Nation address, of course, is coming your way at 7 p.m. What will the president say? We're all watching very closely to answer that very question. Bongi.
And we are indeed, Ayanda, and it's good to know that now I have company. I've been feeling so alone for the last hour. I've been looking around to see if she's actually in the vicinity. At some point I had to say, guys, get her in early. I'm feeling so lonely here. And now she's here. She's in studio. The one and only SK is joining me. Hi, man. Where were you? I've been wanting you to come an hour earlier.
Between the wind and the traffic in Cape Town, I tell you, I was just saying to Bongiwe, good afternoon everyone, that this wind is quite spectacular at the moment. Is it the St. Worcester, the southeaster?
I think so.
That's blowing. And I was saying, yo, Bongiwe, with our dresses, you know, it will just be black and mustard in the wind, because I don't know. The wind is doing its thing.
Can
here.
you imagine if this gazebo were to go and it's a sea of mustard and black?
No, no.
It can't.
No.
We are literally safe. The structure is safe. We can assure you we are safe. And SK, I mean, one of the things that has been very clear, even from the conversations you've been having earlier on, has been that, yes, the wind might be blowing, ne? But a lot of people want to know if it's going to blow in the right direction in there as far as the State of the Nation address is concerned.
And I suppose that is subjective. You know, what may be the right direction for one may not be the right direction for another. But I think what is becoming clear, and from conversations that I've been having with various stakeholders and role players throughout the day, is that there seems to be, Bongiwe, an appreciation that, especially at the local government level, given that this is an election year. Of course, we haven't had the date promulgated as yet, but that's one of the things that I suppose South Africans would be looking to President Cyril Ramaphosa to see if indeed he will give an indication. We know that it is, of course, the preserve of the and the prerogative of the Minister of Cogta, but the President could give us some sort of indication as to when that election will be. Will it be in November, which perhaps makes most sense if you take a whole lot of variables into account? If it's in December, then it coincides with all sorts of holidays and a lot of things going on there. If you move it to the following year, it means that people will need to be campaigning throughout the holiday period and all the sort of logistical matters that go along with that. So it's going to be interesting to hear whether the president gives us any sort of inkling of where things will be going, because, as I said, from a lot of the people from across the spectrum that I've been speaking to, there's an appreciation that things need to change at local government level, where you even hear people saying they are willing to suspend their party ideology at local government level in order to make sure that we get things on track.
And especially because just earlier on, we were listening to that water briefing. And again, in the water briefing, we get to be told that municipalities are going to be assisted once again. And that conversation, South Africans would say, but you've been talking about capacitating municipalities for the longest time, and it is now tired. You need to actually have moved towards that particular direction. But you and I are going to park that for a second. There's lots to talk about there. We do have a guest in studio. Yes. Hello, Ria.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good, thank you. So, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to ask you to just start off with a little teaser for our viewers so that they understand why you're here before we get into the conversation. Is that okay?
Let me just think about what I'm going to start with.
Okay.
You want to think about it for a moment?
Yeah, I want to think about it. What can I start with?
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe any sample thing?
Yes,
Any
go
sample
ahead.
Thing? I don't know which one.
What does it mean for you to be here, Ria?
I'm blessed. I think I'm very excited, and I was confused because when Bomkazi for the parliament called me. She told me there was a list. Imagine you got, I know when they nominated people, there's no guarantee that you are going to get the thing. So there was a lot of people on the list, and then they go through it, and then they make their decision, and finally it ends with me. So I think I was chosen not by myself, but by God for a reason to be here, because it's the first time this is happening. Like someone from my community is the first time ever be in parliament, and that is a blessing from God, and I'm very excited to be here.
And this, of course, is Ria Rien, and she is going to be the imbongi, the praise singer for President Cyril Ramaphosa this evening. And I must say, that is one of the things, Bongiwe, that I specifically look forward to. And the beautiful tradition here at Parliament for SONA is that we alternate every year. A different language praise singer is brought in. And as Ria says, it's such an honor, such an absolute, I can't wait to hear it. But you speak about your community. Where are you from? And your language, Kuntali.
Yeah, I'm from Kimberley, Platfontein. So Platfontein is basic in Kimberley, but 15 kilometers out of is like a rural
I know
area.
where Platfontein is.
Yeah,
you guys
so you
must
know,
take me.
it's hard to go to town for us. You know, even if you saw opportunities, you might miss it. Most of the time, we miss out a lot of things that we as a youth want to do, but you can just see it. But the like you are not gonna get. There's no local transport there, so we use private transportation. So that person is gonna charge you, or maybe he's gonna disappoint you. Maybe you call him and say, trying to arrange the transport to take you there, and then the last minute you will disappoint you, and you are gonna miss that opportunity. So that is the challenge that we have as a Platfontein youth in my community, and it's a big thing for us because.
And what did your friends say when they heard that you got this opportunity?
I did not. I don't have a lot of friends, I can tell, because I used to have friends, but I decided to cut off all my friends. So most of the time I'm always alone with my grandparents and just working.
Your grandparents must be proud.
There's that. So my whole colleague that we are doing Bible editing in our language for 8 years. So the whole group, they know about it, and even my boss is in Cape Town, and she was there when they bring the good news. So all of them know about it, and my family too. So I don't have friends that I did tell, but they are watching me, guys.
Of course, this is your moment. This is your moment, girl. This is your moment. Tell them what you want to tell them, the message for your friends and family.
Imadzali wisisi kwasimi michichi cakwange imingcele mithi cakwange wisisi namatsa qhitso mquki qhat ichumcami.
What did you say?
I say if everyone is look at me, I'm not here for myself. I'm here representing all of us, and you guys must be proud of me.
Oh, beautiful. And the name of the language?
Kuntali.
Kuntali.
Yeah, it's one of the San language.
So Kuntali, one of the San languages, that is the language that the praise singing for President Cyril Ramaphosa will happen in this evening.
And well done. Once again,
Congratulations.
like SK was saying, this is an honor. Well done. Well done. And yes, you're representing your community. And one hopes that it's not in vain. Everything else that you're speaking about is in fact going to change. But we're going to pause with you just for a sec. SK, let's go to Fundiswa Mhlekude, who is on standby for us. Fundiswa?
Thank you very much. We are coming to you live from North Crest Community Hall, where over 100 community members or the flood victims have been kept since June 10th last year, and they are saying that they have no food. They depend on donations for them to have food. They are here, and we have just seen that there is a number of school children who have just come from school. Right now they are inside the hall, so it's a number of people, including the elderly and women and children as well as men. And they've been telling us that since December, there is no authorities or no leaders from the government who come to check on them. How are they doing? And they've also been telling us that they are not being attended to. Some of them are sick. Ambulances come to check on them each and every day because they sleep on tiles. They are also here. And let's bring in now one of the community members who will be telling us more about the conditions under which they live in this community hall. Enkosi tata ngexesha lakho. Uthi mekwinjani apha ngaphakathi?
Apha ngaphakathi since last year. Ikokobhetele xa sifika le buhlungu kuhamba kobuhlungu nangoku sabona kakubi sele kunetha sihlala apha eholweni. Uva kabuhlungu ngoba uba nexhala selulapha eholweni. Okwesibini ukutya sesinqamile because ii-leaders zethu azisalubeki ngoku unyawo kwalapha. Okwesithathu sesifana nje uba sikwi-trauma thina ngoku siyoyika singafa nanini na ngale ndlela esibona ngayo.
Umongameli uzawube ethetha namhlanje uzawube senza intetho yakhe yobume besizwe. Yintoni eyona nto urhalela uba angayithetha umongameli?
Eyona nto ndiyirhalela kakhulu kuba sike sikhulule kule holo sinikezwe izindlu. Sinikezwe izindlu njengoba ii-leaders ezasisithembise ngezindlu basi izindlu sizazifumana kodwa ngoku akusekho kwanto ithetha asazi kwanto uba ithini i-direction because asiva kwanto sizinkledama nje ezihlela apho kule holo.
Well, he is saying that all they want the president to do is to make sure that they get the houses that they were promised, and they've been sitting here, staying here since the 10th of June last year. And he is also saying that they don't know what is happening. They depend on handouts for food, for them to get food. Some of them are sick. They have to spend the money that they are supposed to go to the doctor for them, but they have to spend it to buy food. It's now back to studio.
Well, thanks so much, Fundiswa Mhlekude out in the Eastern Cape, and loving listening to all the communities and what their expectations and also their struggles are. But of course, one of the other highlights for the day is the red carpet, and I can tell you it is starting to hot up there. Bongiwe, let's go to Lulama Matya. She's there. Let's find out who she has with her. Lulama, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and thank you very much. I am joined by Al-Jama party leader Hanif Hendricks. He's also the Deputy Minister of Social Development. And that link about the people in Amtata with my colleague Fundiswa is going to speak directly to what the Deputy Minister is going to speak about. Deputy Minister, the Social Development Department, especially when it comes to the SASA grant, how far is the review of SASA grants?
Look, as you know, that Treasury has warned SASA that there are too many people that are getting grants that don't qualify for grants. So we have to do reviews, but we have to do it in a very sensitive way, so there's no hardship. So at the moment, there are 70,000 people that we've identified that are not entitled to grants. So the review process is carrying on, but we have asked the CEO of SASA, and he's here today, to visit all the hotspots to make sure that there are no long queues. Because when there's a review, you find people's grants are stopped and they all rush to the nearest SASA offices. And even if we triple the staff, we cannot cope. So he has introduced measures to assist in that regard. And we are very confident that those who are entitled to grants will get their grants on time and that there will be no need for queues. We're also encouraging people to use the online system. So SASA has introduced many people to assist with online queries so they don't have to start in queues. I'm very confident.
70,000 people illegally receiving social grants. Where did it go wrong?
We didn't go wrong. As you know, people's conditions improve. They qualify for a grant if they are under the threshold, but their economic circumstances may have improved. So they're over the threshold, so they're no longer entitled to the grants. And maybe they didn't, go to the trouble of informing us, and that's why we have system in place to review the grants. And we have many indicators from the banks, from Treasury, from other sources, credit bureaus, that tips SASSA off that, look, this is someone that you need to look at because they've got the income over the threshold.
Let's talk about victims of the flood in Limpopo, the recent floods in Limpopo and in Mthatha as well. What role did the department play in assisting those people?
As you know, that SASSA is responsible for temporary relief until the municipalities get money from the fiscus in order to assist more permanently. So I've been in Limpopo, I have been in Bushbuck Ridge, and people's houses collapsed. So I didn't go empty-handed. The Department of Social Development, we went with army tents, 12 beds in the tent, blankets, mattresses, pillows, just to provide temporary relief.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. That was the Deputy Minister of Social Development and Al Jama Party leader, Hanif Hendricks. Take it over, my colleague Samgele.
Well, Lulama, we are with Dr. Popi Ramathupa, the Premier of Limpopo. Premier, what is the essence of what you are waiting for as a province of Limpopo?
Of course, jobs and jobs and jobs. Inclusive economic growth that we are looking forward to, that will cater for those who were previously marginalized, women, young people, people with disability. But not only that, attracting more investors. And investors can also be attracted if we create an enable environment as a state, but mostly focusing on issues of roads, issues of water being a crisis, and which is standing out even for us as a province that is now trying to recover from the recent floods that have destroyed our infrastructure, mainly including the very same road infrastructure, the very same water infrastructure, where in even areas that we had started to improve water supply, but because of the flood have been damaged. So we would expect those issues to be addressed today as a province.
How will you keep the scavengers and the hyenas away from the relief fund for the disasters in Vembe?
I think we have already started to put up systems in place wherein the government on its own have got mechanism to monitor, to make sure that through treasury regulations, prices are being regulated, you've got market-related prices, and also you don't wait for the entire project to be finalized before you start with auditing. You put your internal audit, you don't wait for AGSA, your own internal audit system. Put up a team of your HODs, of your CFOs, who will be supported by their MECs to monitor and make sure that on a regular basis, projects are being monitored, they are being audited, so that we avoid that. And whenever we pick up a challenge, we address it there and there. The biggest challenge here is that you wait for the project to be completed, and then you wait for the AG, and by then it's too late. The project, sometimes that's why it's never even completed, and the funds will have disappeared. So we are working very closely to make sure that accountability and supervision, and monitoring, most importantly, is the order of the day.
Are you standing in for as provincial chair of Limpopo? I see you've kissed and made up with John Mpe.
We are more concerned about building a united Limpopo, because we have seen that we've got much more challenges, bigger challenges, that if we are not united as a province, and if we continue to allow the members of the ANC to tear each other apart, we are not going to we will be left with nothing to show. So as it is for now, Limpopo, we are ready for ourselves to host a provincial conference that we believe that it will be watershed, because as a province we knew when we talk about renewal, what exactly do we mean. All I can tell you is that we are in the renewal process in Limpopo. Renewal is in full swing. Even the conference will be a reflection of an ANC that is on its renewal state.
So Limpopo will have its first female provincial chair.
We are telling you that we are in a renewal phase. Limpopo will have a capable leadership, comprises of chairperson, deputy secretary, Deputy Secretary, Treasurer, and all the other members of the PC who will make sure that they deliver services for the people of Limpopo. We are looking forward towards capable leadership, men and women who are capable.
Thank you very much. Just giving the proudly SA CEO just the essence of brand South Africa, the importance of South Africa, importance of the State of the Nation address, particularly from an investment perspective. You as a brand, what are you looking at from hearing from the President?
So as proudly South African, what we are hoping the President will cast a spotlight on is on the need to have localization at the heart of industrializing the economy. We know that this economy battles with a lot of challenges, especially around illicit products. BAT has just left our shores, and many more threatening to take out investment, the investment they've made in the country as a result of illegal and unfair trade practices. So we're hoping that the President will again reiterate the call that he always makes, the clarion call to the private sector to put their money where their mouth is, in terms of ensuring that they give localization commitments over and above the investment commitments that they're going to make at the South African Investment Conference.
Thank you very much, sir. We are out of time. I'm going with my colleague Lulama, who is with another one of the dignitaries attending this State of the Nation address. Over to you, Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by UAT leader Wanda Mahlatsi. The UAT has only one seat in Parliament. Welcome to the SABC.
No, thank you very much.
Your expectations on SONA this evening?
You know, I think we must leave this thing of expectations, because the President has been promising us for the past how many years? From 2018 to date. And every year there is a goal. But they never revisit those goals to check if they've achieved. They don't go back and see if we have a smart city and how far it is. He never go back and see if we don't have that bullet high train to see how far we are. He never go back and check in Ekurhuleni, that University of Science, whether how far it is. Now all the promises that he makes every year, he never revisit them and see if he achieved them. Now we have an issue here. Biggest issue is unemployment and poverty. Our people are hungry. Our people go to sleep with empty stomach. High unemployment on youth, it's a sky high. There's a mess in higher education. NSFAS is not coping. Compare the number of people who applied to those who have been funded, including those who are in debt. It is embarrassing. It's a country. It's like living in the country where the citizens are more ambitious than the government. So far it's failure. There is nothing that you can look and say, this is what President Ramaphosa has done.
So do you think that you're going to use this new established committee that is going to play oversight over the government to make him accountable for the delivery that he needs to do?
It is very important, but it also depends who is represented there. Because all these things, it's about numbers. You look at the ad hoc committee in Tumkonas, it's about numbers. We could not be there because we are a one seat. But you can look at the comedy that is happening there. Then you'll realize that now there is no quality. The criminal justice system is bleeding. The NPA collaborate with criminals. They collaborate with politicians. They collaborate with business elite to target the leaders of society who don't agree with them ideologically.
But that should be the role of parliamentarians, to play oversight, even on those MPs that you're talking about. What are you doing as the UAT?
Now, as UAT, you have indicated clearly that we are a one-seat party yourself. That means in terms of representative, we can only be limited on one or two committee. And in our regard, we are in the Committee of Land, because land reform is in the center of our manifesto. And with that also, we will be looking and listening to the President in terms of the acceleration of land distribution.
Thank you very much. That was UAT leader Wanda Mahlatsi. With that, Ayanda, my colleague, take it over.
Thank you very much.
Lulama, thank you very much. We're just going to jump straight into it. Bantu Holomisa, of course, the leader of the UDM, also part of the Government of National Unity. I'm glad I've been able to get you to stand still for 5 minutes, because you are the most popular person here, I'm sure, after the President. Be your expectations today?
Well, what the president is going to tell South Africa, I'm glad that most of the things which he will be announcing, I was part of that crafting of that plan, which started towards end of last year when we had our own extended Lekgotla, cabinet Lekgotla, and early this year another Lekgotla. So we have given him a nice message. It's up to him to tell the South Africans how he will do that. And then when we reply next week, if there are issues affecting the Department of Defense, then I will detail how are we going to implement those, not theorizing.
What is the message that you gave before I give Chester a chance?
Message
to the president. You said you've spoken to the president. You're confident he's going to have some of that in his State of the Nation address. I'm not asking you to preempt what he'll say. I'm asking what did you ask that he include in his address?
No, it's not important. I talk security language, I talk economy, I talk infrastructure, so I'm part of the team.
Okay, you and Chester have had a moment.
Here's one. Who is the president, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, who is the president of South Africa right now? Who is the president?
It's Chester who is the president currently.
You see, Honourable Minister Holomisa knows it has to be a puppet. The only difference between me and Ramaphosa is you know whose hand's in my bum. I'm out.
All right, General, thank you very much indeed. So there you have it. I suppose tight-lipped in some respects, Bantu Holomisa amongst the many dignitaries making their way into the City Hall. Sam Gele is also here with us on the red carpet. Sam, it's over to you.
Well, I am with Dr. Starsvos, who is coming from Aspen, particularly looking at health matters. Dr. Starsvos, just the essence of the president's speech, health matters within the country. The national health insurance is a hot potato, particularly amongst government of national unity partners.
Okay. Firstly, I think this is a time to reflect also on last year and previous 12 months. I think there were some green shoots towards the end of the year, but much work to be done in the next 12 months. I think what do we want to hear from the president? I think we want water security. That's a massive issue for the country. Economic growth, unemployment, that has to be the focus. And then, of course, coming from the healthcare sector, I think we need to try and find some resolution between the private and the public sector around national health insurance. And then health can be a significant contributor to economic growth in our country. It's riddled with red tape, administrative burden. We'd like the president to address that aggressively, and it also, my sector represents a significant industrial opportunity for the country, but we need to sort out things like local procurement, public procurement. We cannot have a Public Procurement Act assented to do 24 months ago. We still haven't seen the regulations. So I'm hoping the president does that, and I hope he gives SAPRA, our regulator, more money so that they can accelerate some of the work that they're doing.
How has the health sector been largely affected, particularly with the lack of water in municipalities such as the Johannesburg municipality in Gauteng, where the Minister of Cooperative Governance and the Minister of Water and Sanitation have currently been sent by the president to deal with that issue and not attend the SONA?
Look, water is critical for healthcare. I mean, hospitals can't function properly if they don't have water. So if we're talking about water security, it's needed most in the healthcare sector, actually.
When you look at the national health insurance, particularly and the bottlenecks that are currently there, you as the health sector have raised some concerns on it. Are you finding synergy with government on this issue?
Look, we're in discussions and engagement with government all the time. I mean, that's always an avenue that you've got to keep open. I think we're set for a new round of discussion shortly, and I'm hoping that will yield some type of convergence.
Thank you very much, Dr. Starsvos. That is Dr. Starsvos speaking on the matters, particularly pertaining to the health sector. We are waiting for other dignitaries to arrive here. I am seeing that Dakota Likhwete is here. Dakota Likhwete is here, who is an ANC-NEC member and a member of the chairperson of defense in Parliament, and we are going to engage with him now. We are currently on the line. I just stolen him from my colleague Anjanati. Sorry there, Ayanda. Mr. Likhwete, just the importance of defense. You are a member of the defense committee. Our defense is seemingly not up to scratch. If we were to be in a fickle right now, we'll have a huge problem with our defense.
Look, with the shift on the global geopolitics, all countries in the world are upping up their budget in terms of defense. As South Africa, we must know peace is not permanent. It does not mean that if there is no war, we can't wake up one day without a war. That is possible. We need to check up our budget, and that is our expectation from the SONA. But defense is not only about dealing with territorial integrity. It's also about dealing with internal matters. We are seriously undermined our sovereignty as a republic by the criminal element. Criminals are running amok. Over 29,000 South Africans are killed every year without a civil war. That's too much. We're in a country where there's a national defense force, where there's a police and intelligence services. We can't continue this way. So it's going to be key and important for the executive, in particular for the president, that he must pronounce himself, because even some of our neighbors and other countries in the world, their most serious criminals are coming to our country, undermining us, and some of them are undocumented and illegal in our country. We can't continue like this. We must defend ourselves.
Are you saying that we must look into increasing the budget of the defense force, and particularly some NEC members have said there's no self-respecting country that doesn't have nuclear?
Look, nuclear, we can use it for other good purposes, production, industrialization. We can use it even to build our economy. We must not use it only for war or for war purposes. I agree that we can look at that option, but we need to increase the budget of the defense. We're at 0.7%, and the whole of the world, including in Europe, after the Ukraine-Russia war and after the Middle East problem, they've increased their budget between 3% and 5% to their GDP. I think it's about time that we also go at least to 1.5% or to 2% to the GDP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takota Lekota. I am obviously not alone as well. My colleague Ayanda Nyati is with the Treasurer General of the African National Congress, Dr. Gwen Ramaphosa. And I wonder if they've got money to pay salaries at the end of this month, or they are also waiting for a donation from Kat Matlala.
Okay, I suppose we'll jump straight into that question. Samkele, thanks very much indeed. Gwen Ramaphosa, the Treasurer General of the ANC. The question Sam is asking, I think it's a valid one, is do you have money to pay salaries at the month end?
Most definitely. Hi, Samkelo, and also greetings to your viewers. Today we are focusing on the State of the Nation address. The priorities for the country, for citizens, and also for the economy. I think we've had a number of times the mention of green shoots, early signs of recovery. I think as South Africans we must be positive. We must also be prepared to be resilient, because this economy, we can turn it around. I started here as on the backdrop of the Africa mining in Daba, and it says it. Africa is rich. We need to unlock this wealth and improve our various countries, including South Africa.
You're asking Africans or South Africans to be resilient. Many will tell you they've been resilient for years. Currently, some of them are being resilient as they go through water cuts and the likes in parts of Johannesburg. How much longer should they keep waiting?
Well, my understanding, also having been a mayor and in the province and national, is that many of these problems are solvable if you plan ahead and you involve people with the right skills. It is possible to stabilize. The one area is that the urban centers have also been bulging with migration into urban centers, and the infrastructure has not been coping. But the recent problems, I think it is just mismanagement. We must hold those that are managers of these services accountable.
Many of them are ANC deployees. What does that look like?
Well, in my world, if you are a professional, you are a professional. Whether you are in one party or the other, you must just do your work. You must earn your salary. And even in health, for instance, we don't ask doctors, are you ANC supporting ANC, or you supporting any other party, FF, IFP, or whatever. We are saying you are a registered professional. Do your best as a professional. And issues of water, we've got water engineers, we've got managers, we've got MBAs who are in these positions, and we are asking South Africans, please let us focus on being a proud nation of excellence and being able to have a short turnaround.
And it starts with the state, right?
Indeed, it starts with all of us, with the state and with us, especially the middle strata. They must be allowed to do their work and they must be supported. But I'm very optimistic. We have had to resolve many difficult issues, and I have very much confidence in South Africans to resolve even the current challenges that are there.
Dr. Yes, Ramaphosa. Thank you very much indeed. I thought I got the wrong Ramaphosa for a moment, but yes, indeed. The Treasurer General of the ANC. Upbeat, can you believe, about the state of the state? The question is, to what extent does that resonate with ordinary South Africans? Tell you what, the temperature here is increasing rapidly. We'll certainly have more of these dignitaries, guests, and senior government officials for you as we continue with our build-up to the State of the Nation Address 2026. Bongiwe, Sakina, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ayanda Nyati. And SK, the issue of water, they're not going to dodge it. It's a big one. It's a huge
It's a crisis. We need to call it by its name. And it's going to be interesting to see whether the president does pronounce on it in that way, that it has now reached crisis proportions, because this is what people need to hear. And it's also interesting that now that it's reached the urban areas, you know, there is suddenly more impetus, and from all sides, even as the media, because people in rural areas have been living without water for decades.
Yeah.
And we've just been skirting over the issues. But now that it's affecting more affluent people and more affluent localities, you know, it is an amplified matter. And yes, it should be. But of course, the question here is, where are the solutions going to come from? Because infrastructure, for one, is a huge problem.
And especially because if SK, two things, you still have those communities sharing water with animals on a daily basis. You still have, to date, 2026, we are being told of water that is still getting lost, infrastructure that is not able to prevent the leaks. We've been talking about leaks since time immemorial, and one wonders, is there any will at all? And especially because when you look at your bill at the end of the month, there is that particular amount of money that gets taken for infrastructure. What is it doing?
And these are the questions that I think South Africans also need free pass as ordinary citizens, because we also have a responsibility to hold our elected representatives accountable. It can't just be that we you know, place our ballot and then it's over. It doesn't work that way. Along with Parliament, we need to also play our part. But, of course, that's what it's about right now, and interesting perspectives from the red carpet as well, Bongiwe.
And as we hand back to Samkele Masego.
Indeed, Bongiwe, the issue of water is not only synonymous with Johannesburg. Speedy Mashilo, in his area of Nkangala, particularly if you look at Emalahleni, they've had their own fair share of water challenges. Mr. Mashilo, water challenges in Emalahleni, how far in resolving those particular issues?
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Maseko. Indeed, the challenge of water, we do have it in Mpumalanga, in particular, Emalahleni. The more areas that was affected by the disaster around Nkomas are highly affected as well. So we expect President in the main to deal with the issue of water, of course. You know, water is a human rights needs. Without water, you can't do anything. But we do have programs as a province, and this morning we've met with some municipalities that are highly affected to begin to speak and reinvent some of the resources to address the issue of water. In other areas, to deal with some boreholes and to avoid the delivery of water, because our people complain that the tankers are not good. In other areas, there is suspicion that the water could be sabotaged as well. And this is what we are doing with our engineering to respond to these challenges. We recheck all the lines, the valves that we have. In other valves, we are doing them away, so that at the end of the day, there is no one can just temper the valves. In other areas, they've got spanner. There's a lot of chaos, but we are responding to that drastically.
When you look at this particular emergency procurement that's going to take place, particularly around fixing water purification issues in Nkomazi, in the disaster areas, how are you going to make sure that the scavengers and the hyenas who are wanting to salivate over the funds of this relief fund don't get them illegally?
Well, we've already told our staff and administration that coming from COVID, there will be an audit, there will be investigations, there are works going to follow people. So in terms of the system that we've put in place around the panel, we're going to make sure that there is no money get lost. That's why all the time we'll establish the committees beyond the procurement committees, that they shall look in terms of how much work is done and no price has escalated or exaggerated to avoid money being used. Of course, there are people who are looking forward to get these opportunities, but in the main as government, we are alert of those scrupulous.
On the State of the Nation address, what are some of the key points we as Mpumalanga have put forth to the State of the Nation address, particularly around the debate on the just transition, the issue of coal? Gwede Mantashe at the Mining and Daba spoke vociferously saying that South Africa can't do away with this base load of coal.
We're a coal province. Obviously, we expect the president, as we understand that we must move towards a new system of just energy. But the resources we have given by God in our province must be all the time be supported. And we support the coal in the province, and we are supporting our mines so that we produce electricity out of the coal. Although we are as well saying we must begin to think of alternative way of making energy available. So the combination of the two, we think is doable. We expect the president as well to speak about the disaster insofar as the infrastructure that is damaged in the province. We need a lot of money. So those are expectations from the president's speech. Amongst other issues, the high level of the unemployment, in particular the professionals. As a province, we have made some attempt to address some of these challenges.
Are you challenging Mandando for the provincial chair position in March, or are you chickening out?
Well, we'll tell that later, not now.
You're chickening out?
No, still not later.
Are you chickening out?
No.
That is Speedy Mashilo, who's the deputy chairperson of the ANC in Mpumalanga and also the MEC of Kokstad, who's dealing with the disaster that has struck the people of Nkomazi and issues pertaining to the emergency procurement that may take place, saying that they will be trying to keep the hyenas and the scavengers away as they're salivating to get their teeth and their mouths on that particular monies of the relief fund. Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by ANC MP Cameron Dagmo. Welcome to the SABC.
Thank you very much.
This year, I'm sure as parliamentarians, all are looking forward after that adoption of new rules that allows for the establishment of the committee to play oversight over the presidents. The significance of that?
I think it's a massively significant development in the life of Parliament, particularly in terms of what the Constitution says about the importance of Parliament holding the executive to account. I also think it's important to say that it wasn't as though there were no mechanisms to keep the president accountable. You might know that he comes to the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly 4 times a year to answer questions for oral reply. And there are many other opportunities for members. But the significance of having a particular portfolio committee means that the presidency as a whole, the president, the deputy president and the ministers in the presidency would be directly accountable to a portfolio committee. Arrangements for that particular committee in terms of how often the president or the deputy president should appear, the role of the DG, who's the accounting officer, etc. Those matters will be dealt with in the course of this year, because the rule was amended and adopted. What is needed now is the composition and basically the standing orders as to how that particular portfolio committee. But it's a massive step forward for the 7th Parliament. It hasn't been there before. And I think in addition to the existing mechanisms where the President comes to Parliament, even today, the State of the Nation, this speech today will be debated for 2 days next week, which is also a way of people questioning the President about his plans. But the establishment of a portfolio committee is something we haven't had before. It's a new development, and in my view, and in the view of the ANC, this enhances building a democratic Parliament that holds the executive to account.
Has the Rules Committee set to establish who is going to chair that committee, who are going to be whips, and how is it the members?
Yes, well, as you know, the membership of all committees in Parliament is proportional. We as the ANC are the biggest party in Parliament, and then we have other parties. So roughly there's around 11 members. Those members themselves will have to elect a chairperson. There hasn't been any particular discussion about, as far as I'm aware, about who should chair, but that's what those members from the different political parties will decide, who should chair that very important committee. So that's work that I'm sure will happen over the next couple of months, and hopefully by the time we get to deal with the budget, that particular committee will be up and running, so that the president's vote could be discussed by that particular portfolio committee.
Lastly, as the ANC, what are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
I think we're expecting, number one, for the president to take the nation into confidence about the positive things which have happened. You know, there's a doom and gloom situation very often that nothing positive has happened. And in my view, there are clearly positive things which the president needs to point out. But at the same time, be very clear that our challenges in regard to service delivery, you know that from the ANC January the 8th statement, we've said the key priorities to fix local government. So that will be a critical priority. Water, as the President mentioned last year in his state, that water will become critical, is a key issue. And I think crime, violence, we need him to respond to what's coming out of these various commissions and give us a way forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. With that, the ANC is saying that they expect the President to talk about the ATO committee in Parliament as well as the Madlanga Commission when he is addressing the nation. Sam, it's over to you.
Well, Lulu, I am with the man called Mxoliso Dukwana, whom the premiership was swept right under his carpet by the provincial treasurer. Mr. Dukwana, just the essence of the Free State Province, you've had a number of issues. In Mangaung, one of the municipalities, when it comes to water provision, is really struggling, an issue that is vast across the country.
We have a challenge in the province, especially with regard to local government and services like water and roads, and we believe that after we had our national Lekgotla, we are all geared towards making sure that we turn the corner.
As much as South Africans may be watching the State of the Nation address and people from the Free State, but if you go to areas such as Botshabelo, they are still using the bucket system, 30 years into democracy. How do you go about in eradicating that? You've been the Premier of the province, you are now the Speaker of the legislature, bucket system is still there.
Yeah, these are some of the things that are actually still a problem for us. And as you say, it has been for some time now with us. And we have actually emphasized that these are the things that should be addressed. As we say, we're fixing local government seriously. Instead of talking, we should do.
But you are speaking as if you are not in power, Mr. Dukwana. You are in power. You are running Mangaung. Botshabelo is in Mangaung and they're using the bucket system.
I agree with you. As I say, some of the things need to be dealt with. We were not decisive in the past, and that is what we have corrected to be sure that we deliver. And any person who's not doing what they're supposed to do, consequences should actually follow.
But that is the home of the Secretary General of the African National Congress, where they are using the bucket system.
I'm not refusing that. I'm just saying the most important thing is to deal with the challenge, and that is what we intend doing and making sure that we deal with that problem.
What is the lineup going to the provincial conference in the Free State? I hear that you're wanting to contest for another term and have Kalipa, who's the mayor in one of the municipalities in Velkom, as your deputy chair.
My focus is ensuring that the ANC in the province defends the revolution and make sure that we have functioning structures. I'm not interested in what happens after that.
So you're not contesting, or you are available for another term?
As I say, my focus is on local government elections, as well as making sure that our structures are functioning.
If you go to areas such as Kwakwa, it doesn't look very well for the African National Congress, particularly in those areas where you've got Hlaudi's political party operating in that area.
Certainly, not every area to us is a challenge, and the most important thing is to make sure that all our councillors, all our branches do their work and do their work in a manner that demonstrate that they are serious about turning things around. And that's what we intend doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mxolisi Tukwana, who is the Speaker of the Legislature in the Free State Province, speaking about an array of issues, Bongiwe and Sakina.
Samgele Masego, they're live for us with the ANC's Mxolisi Tukwana in the Free State, and trust Samgele to go right to the carpet comment on the red carpet.
Samgele has no peace, but that's what we love, because this is what it's about. It's about getting, some answers, because we don't always get to have this opportunity where we have these leaders all together in one space. So if the opportunity presents, we ask the question. And Mxolisi Tukwana, yeah, of course, you heard him say there, he's putting his head down, trying to do the work. But as Samkele rightly points out, some of the challenges that remain. And again, that whole issue about if you don't know, who should know? Because who is the government? The bucket system. That was part of the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and every time as we shift the goalposts on the dates for achievement of these, that's one of the things that has already been way, past its sell-by date, and yet the bucket system is still there.
And Sakina, as we look at inside the City Hall tonight, right, there's going to be another moment for these MPs to reflect, because yes, the president comes to deliver the State of the Nation address, but at the same time, they've got to hold him to account. You think about the fact that this is Parliament. Parliament was found wanting in the Zondo Commission's report to say they did not exercise effective oversight. And when you listen to a number of them who still say, we need to, this should be, it should be. South Africans wonder, are these then the people that are going to hold the president to account?
It's very interesting. I had a conversation earlier with Jan de Villiers, who's the spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance, and he was speaking of the successes that were achieved by the ministers who hold portfolios in the cabinet, who are DA members, and he was outlining their successes. And I asked him, so what about the other ministers in the GNU? Are you not a collective? And that speaks to, again, the silo mentality, the us versus them, but okay, somehow we're in this together, but we're not in this together. And how does the citizen then benefit from that?
And especially because this is President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2024, right after the election, said, we've decided to put our differences aside to work together for the people of South Africa. So let's take you back to the red carpet. Ayanda is on standby. Ayanda?
Thank you very much, Mogi. Stella Davidi Abrams is a small business development minister who's also with us here. Good to have you. Thank you for your patience and for your time. There's no overstating the importance of the work that you do. You're recently at the World Economic Forum. So many small businesses hoping for some kind of backing. We're told that is our key to beating unemployment in our country. What kind of backing can they anticipate tonight?
Well, Ayanda, let me first reintroduce myself. I'm now Stella Ndavini, the Minister for Small Business Development. Well, the first thing to do is to support small businesses by buying from them. This is why you see me looking like this. I don't know how do I look, but damn.
Okay, we can have a quick look at the dress very quickly as you tell us.
Look at me. This is Boss T. This is Boss Lady T from eThekwini. Look at me. The shoes are from the thrifters. We also support second-hand guys, because these are small businesses that are selling hair by John's Touch. And yes, of course, the makeup beauty by Pops. So this is where it starts if you're talking about supporting small businesses. It's not a rhetoric of saying, what does government do? It starts by you making sure that on the 20 rands that you have, you buy products that are produced by small businesses. Then in government, we make sure that we create a conducive environment, including ensuring that we provide funding instruments that must support the small businesses. That is why you have had President talking about the introduction of the Transformation Fund, which goes to 100 billion rands over the 5 years, and that's in partnership between the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and our Department of Small Business Development. The second aspect is provision of non-financial support, because we do provide all these funds, but people are not able to access them because of all the red tapes that are there, but most importantly, the lack of investment readiness.
We were told there was a red tape cutter that was announced a few SONAs ago.
Let me help you, Ayanda. Red tape is not something that you can cut tomorrow, because every time one mentions red tape, it's about the law. It's about a regulation. It's about a policy. Now, to do away with those, there's a consultation process that you undertake. You've got to make sure that you convince those that have came up with the law, the policy and the regulation. On top of that, you've got to go back and then say, I'm going to review this legislation because these are the clauses that are prohibiting meaningful participation of small businesses in the economy. And you know in South Africa that the development of a legislation does not take 12 months.
Sure.
It goes to 24 months. This is why cutting red tape cannot happen just today, but give us until 2028.
Often when we speak about small businesses, people who are worried about supporting are concerned about the cost. You know, they say local is lekker, but it's also expensive.
Local will be expensive if South Africans don't have a responsibility to support them. Every business that does not have many people that support it will be expensive, because it is the cost to produce that is expensive. That is why on infrastructure level, we are working with the Minister of Water and Sanitation. We are working with the Minister of Electricity to say what incentives can be brought for infrastructure support to the small businesses. But South Africans, the same way they buy all those big brands, they don't complain. They don't negotiate any discount when they go to Diamond Walk and all the places that they go to. But every time it is small business, they want shortcuts. We are depriving our country of growth. We are depriving our entrepreneurs of an opportunity to grow and become bigger brands like the ones that we love so much. They make good stuff.
All right, Stella Ndabeni. Thank you very much indeed. The Minister of Small Business Development, who is clearly very sought after. We'll continue, of course, crisscrossing this particular red carpet. Samkele Maseko is also with us. Sam, who do you have now?
Well, I am with the former first couple of Ekurhuleni. I'm just going to ask my colleague Thabo Mtweni just to show them, our viewers, what they are wearing. They look exquisite. One wonders if it's money from Kat Matlala, since they are from Ekurhuleni.
Well, I don't know Kat Matlala, and I know nothing about the saga that is currently taking place. That is why you've not seen me being called as a citizen, so I choose not to comment about that topic.
Well, it came out that TK Ngiza, DJ Sbu benefited 200 million allegedly at the commission. Some are saying it was during your tenure. What happened?
Well, I don't know. What I can confirm to the people of Ekurhuleni and the people of South Africa, during my tenure as executive mayor in the city, nothing wrong happened. We never worked with criminals. We never did anything wrong that jeopardized the well-being of the city. We were focusing more on service delivery. We delivered massive infrastructure projects, including over 29 reservoirs that were built. We built houses and all sorts of other things. So I was not really involved in any wrongdoing. So I would choose to leave the current leadership to be the one that is commenting about that which is happening in the Madlanga Commission.
Last question to you, Mr. Masina. The issues pertaining to Ekurhuleni, governance, municipalities that the president may speak about, what would be your advice, particularly as a former mayor of a metro?
Well, look, the president speaks about global issues that affect South Africa, not specific municipalities. But there are concerns, as you know, that we're coming from January 8, we spoke about fixing local government, because generally in the country, local government, there are some weaknesses that needs to be fixed. And the ANC will have to work hard in ensuring that we can fix local government and it can work, including there at home in Ekurhuleni. I'm confident that the current leadership that is there is quite capable of ensuring that they can resolve the problems of our citizens, because I remain the citizens there. I'm interested in issues of and the well-being of Abahlali, including issues of water, fixing of road and all the other service delivery issues.
Do you also go shower at a hotel when you don't have water with your family?
Well, no, at home there is water. We've built enough reservoirs, and we encourage the leadership to ensure that they make sure that all those water reservoirs are working for the citizens of Ekurhuleni, because we had anticipated this growth.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Like his showers, I'm not going to lie. Wait, Mzwandile, wait ya. Come back. Listen, This is from one puppet to another. You from the East Rand. I've been asking him if I can get a tender on the East Rand, and he said I need to change my name to Brown Mahotsi. Listen, do all puppets on the East Rand get tenders? Don't run away. Oh my God. You can see how this works in the ANC. You have to be a puppet who's politically connected, not just any puppet. Oh my goodness.
One question to Nantobeko boys of MK wanted to physically hit you in KwaZulu-Natal in the legislature. How did you deal with that issue?
We dealt with the issue in terms of the rules. The members that were responsible for the disruption, they were suspended for 5 days, and also that has an issue that has, I think it has played its course.
But they've legally challenged this particular issue. How far is it legally? Are they still suspended or they back at work?
Have they legally challenged it? I don't know that they have legally challenged it. I know that they wrote to me threatening to challenge it legally. I haven't seen that they did challenge it legally.
Thank you. I think so. That's what they wanted to do.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I am going to call the Minister of Finance, Enoch Kotongwana. He is now walking in. I'm just going to grab him. Mr. Kotongwana, how are you, Minister? You don't want to talk, Minister? Why not? Why not?
I'm on a closed period.
You're on a closed period?
Yeah. How are you, man?
Thank you very much. That is Minister of Finance, Enoch Kotongwana. He says he's on a closed...
No, but the budget is coming on the 25th.
Well, Lulama, I am not alone. I am with you, Lulama. You can take it over. The Minister of Finance says he's in a closed period. He's not talking, Lulama.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. Welcome to the SABC, Minister.
Welcome and good afternoon.
Minister, how concerned are you about the possible outbreak of waterborne diseases due to the water crisis in Gauteng?
Well, it's always a possibility. Waterborne diseases are always a possibility when something goes wrong with water, either with floods or drought or shortage of water. You are likely to get waterborne diseases. We're just crossing our fingers that it doesn't happen.
You're crossing your fingers that it does not happen. But in the meantime, what contingency plans are you putting in place to make sure that once there is an outbreak, it is contained?
Well, you are aware that supplying water is not our competence in the department. But we are ever ready because we have got emergency teams all over. We've been having waterborne illnesses for quite some time, especially cholera, typhoid and others. So we do have emergency teams that are always waiting. And that's why I'm saying we're just crossing our fingers that it doesn't happen. But when it happens, we'll trigger them into action.
The President tonight, are you expecting him to say anything about the NHI?
Of course.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
I am joined by MKP MP Mzwanele Manyi. Welcome to the SABC.
Thank you.
This evening, as the MK party, what are you expecting to hear the President saying?
No, absolutely nothing. We'll get more of the same. There's nothing fundamental that's going to be said here that hasn't been said before. It's going to be another round of empty promises. Last year we were told that some 940 billion rand infrastructure development was going to happen, didn't take off the ground. We were told that Ekurhuleni, in 2020, we were told that there was going to have a university, is still not there. There's nothing that is said that happens. We're told that there's going to be a concerted effort to deal with poverty. If you look at the numbers, poverty is increasing. We're told that there's going to be a concerted effort to deal with unemployment. It has actually risen. We're told that we're not going to have load shedding. They've just rephrased it now to load reduction. So we're going to have more of similar vacuous promises. Yeah, so we will not be disappointed as MK party because we don't have any expectation of something proper.
What are your comments to the some people saying that the ship is sinking in the MK at Parliament? You don't have the parliamentary leader is suspended. You have a caretaker, chief whip. There have been so many changes that are happening at the MK party in Parliament. Your comment about that, is the ship sinking?
MK party is the fastest growing party in town. What is happening in Parliament is just a rearrangement of chairs. What is thinking, there were still 58, and everybody attends. The morale is very high. In MK Party, our preoccupation is not positions, it's the mandate. As long as we're all pushing the mandate, I'm here. I'm a former chief whip. I am not dejected. I'm as energetic as when I was a chief whip. So issues of positions are neither here nor there. The important thing is that for us as MK Party, for instance, in this term, we'll be introducing a bill, Section 25, for expropriation without compensation, something which the ANC has failed to do. That's what we're about policy or not about positions.
Are you expecting it to see the light of day? Because in the previous parliament, there was an expropriation bill.
No, in the previous parliament, it was not the same thing. That's why most progressive parties did not vote for it. They twisted it from expropriation without compensation to expropriation with nil compensation, something very different. So this time around, it's going to be the proper thing. Revolutionary forces will support it. And if they don't, we're going to go to the ground, to the local government elections, and tell the people that don't want to give the land back are these ones. So we're waiting to see.
Thank you very much. That was MKP MP Mzwanele Manyi. Ayanda, take it over.
Lulama, thank you very much. We're going to jump straight into it. Sisi Tolashe is the Social Development Minister who is with us. Minister, thanks very much for your time. The social welfare system in our country is massive. It's had its fair share of issues. Are you able to whisper into our ear about whether the President will be making any changes insofar as that is concerned?
I'm unable to whisper. I can only tell you about my prayer. I'm praying that President, with all I know he loves that constituency, he will look at us and say, I will consider you and give you something to benefit. It doesn't matter how small, but something that will make our people to say, indeed, this government loves us. Even under difficult circumstances, they still think about us. So here is that little that the President will give.
I suppose from your lips to the President's ears, as they say. Speak to us. I mean, there was a time when the department was introducing more stringent measures to ensure that the people who are getting this kind of relief are the right beneficiaries. There have been complaints on the ground, though, that it seems part of what's happened, perhaps inadvertently, is people getting excluded.
Yes, we can safely say to you that that system has made us to save more than 300 million in the purse of the state. Because what have been the allegation has been confirmed. Remember, there were people who are now in the custody of police because they were found to be the one who took advantage of the system and get the grants of which they were not entitled. The systems that we have employed now are systems that determines on the spot whether you are the right person or not. And that has made it a little bit better for us, because we can safely say now the new systems that we have employed are able to determine whether you are the right person or not. And that has assisted us big time, because we're always alleged to be paying everyone else who does not even qualify. And now we can safely say, even for people who feel that this is a little bit stringent, please be patient, because we want to give the grant to the right person.
There are so many other questions I could have asked, but time is not on our side. Sisi Tolashe, thanks very much indeed. The Social Development Minister. Of course, there's questions around how the department is being run, but we'll see how that all goes. Samgele Maseko is with us as well. Samgele, over to you.
Well, I am with Gayton Mackenzie's nemesis here, the deputy. What's the issue with you and Gayton and contradicting statements?
No contradiction statements. There's nothing between me and Gayton. We are okay. We are good.
You are good. Yeah. You just differ on statements.
No, it's because of, it depends which country are you at. So issue are my time zones. That's all.
So who's always out of the country and who's always in the country?
Gayton is always out and I'm always in.
Why is he always out?
Because of course, you know, part of what we do involves a lot of international work. That's the reason why we. In fact, both of us, we are all out. We spend most of the time out of the country because of what we do. It resides within the international space. So if we are not there in the international space, to attend conferences that helps us in terms of policy. We're going to be left out as South Africa, and also we are supposed to be supporting athletes when they play outside the country.
What are you looking forward, particularly when sports, arts and culture bridges the divide in the country and brings the nation together? What are you anticipating from the president?
Social cohesion, it must be emphasized. The last time we spoke about it, it was 30 years ago, and we want that that spirit, the president must uphold it, that people must come together as diverse people of South Africa so that we all unite behind the building of the economy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Well, the Sushi King is here. I wonder if the item is funded by Katiso Molefe.
No. This is Amiri. One of the owners of Amiri is our own DJ. So this Amiri, Gianfranco Ferre, and Louis Vuitton. The shoes are inspired by love. It's a 4-tone color shoe that is inspired by love.
Funded by Katiso Molefe.
No. I don't know why is it a problem with Molefe. Molefe is in court. Let's allow him to finish. And people like to talk about Katiso. Let the man finish his case. If he's convicted, then that's it. But you could have been me there. You could have gone to interview him. In fact, you want to interview him.
Thank you.
Jealous, Samgelo.
Okay, I'm not jealous. Thank you very much, Kenny Kunene. I'm with Jomo Sibia, who is the Deputy Minister of Labour. Mr. Sibia, very important issues around labour. You've got a lot of factories, particularly owned by the Chinese, employing South Africans and foreign nationals at cheap labour. Buildings not compliant with labour laws of this country.
One thing for sure that we are saying this time around, every employer in South Africa must prioritize South Africans. Anyone who wants to continue employing illegal foreign immigrants, who are going to be hard, who are going to be harsh, but I can promise them that President, when he speaks today, I'm quite certain that he's going to speak on those matters. With the Chinese, we have engaged the Embassy of China through the Ambassador of China and the Consular Generals from different metros. We are going to be having a meeting. We are taking a very harsh stance working with them to make sure that we are reining on Chinese companies that are employing illegal foreign immigrants, but also not complying with our labor laws. But further to that, the issue of buildings that are not compliant with our occupational health and safety, we are everywhere. I'm confident that we are going to have a surprise from the president today. Let me not say much, but we are going to up our game in making sure that our inspection and enforcement work is done, and it's done every day, and we are going to be aggressive. We are going even we are changing our labor laws as well, reforming them to make sure that they bite. When you don't comply, we are going to hit hard on you. We can't continue with the way things are today, because even our people are complaining. Must make sure that South Africans are employed.
Are the Chinese abusing their relationship with South Africa?
I can't say Chinese are abusing the relationship with South Africans, because it's not done by Chinese government. It's done by business owners who come from China, who come to South Africa in the name of investment, and we're saying they can invest, they can bring investment at the expense of our people. So that one we are very clear. Our relationship with China is very intact, it's solid, and we are moving forward.
Thank you very much, Sotobe. That's the Deputy Minister of Labour. Lulama, over to you.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the Deputy Minister of Transport, Mkhuleko Hlengwa. Deputy Minister, I'm sure the department is waiting for that SCOPA report, that inquiry over the road accident fund.
Well, obviously we are waiting, but we are moving. We are making progress on the road accident fund. Our payments in 2025-26 have improved dramatically to the claimants. The interim board had set ambitious targets which they are meeting, of paying some 4 billion rands a month. We are regularizing and stabilizing governance. We are also ensuring that the REF is able to reach the claimant, so we're taking it out of the office, and I'm very happy at the progress that is being made by the interim board, and the SCOPA recommendations, when they come out, they will act as an assistance to what we'll be doing. So they will add value, because it's good to have an outside perspective about what we are doing, but at the same time we are now moving to the next phase of appointing a permanent board, and we are in the process of finalizing the appointment of a permanent CEO. And of course, we are regularizing the ecosystem generally to make sure that we've got a claimant-centered road accident fund that is able to meet its mandate. So there's very good progress that has been made. We, of course, not where we want to be, but the REF of today is probably than the REF of yesterday.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I am joined by the Minister of Basic Education, Siviwe Gwakgobe. What basic education issues would you like the President to address this evening?
Yeah, firstly, I think a recommitment to our foundations of learning focus. We've decided that in this 7th administration that we want to turn the focus on its head, that we want to strengthen the foundations of learning. So from ECD to foundation phase all the way up. Matric results are not made in matric, they are made in grade R in ECD practitioners. And so his recommitment to that, the commitment to protecting particularly the National School Nutrition Program, because we see how that affects school. Also the commitment to more funding for infrastructure related issues. You saw at the beginning of the year we dealt with Limpopo and Mpumalanga floods, and so we would like to see those disaster relief funds released to the provinces so that they can at least be able to get their schools up and running. Then of course also to reflect on some of the achievements that we've had. For the first time we had a bilingual exam in Sesotho of natural sciences and maths. For the first, we've exceeded the target he gave us last year of 10,000 ECD registered centers to 12,000. And we've raised about R500 million with the private sector to include 1 more million spaces for early learning. So there's a lot I think to be proud of, but still there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done. South Africans need to feel the tangible difference on the ground.
Let's leave it on that positive note, Minister. That was the Minister of Basic Education, Siviwe Gwakgobe. With that, I undertake it over.
Standing by. Lulama, thanks very much indeed for basic education to higher education. Yes, Buti, beg your pardon, standing with us with his wife, Vuyo. Great to have you with us, Minister. So much to speak about. When there was a big, I suppose, conflict on campuses, for lack of a better term, and people were asking for free education, the issue was around that missing middle. There were initiatives that were announced to try and alleviate that. How far are we down that line? How are we doing insofar as that is concerned?
Well, the money is there. We've had some few students applying. We have instructed our department to work together with the NSFAS and the University South Africa Forum, together with all the stakeholders, to try and see how do we effectively use those resources, to unlock the potential. There has been some challenges, and I think on many fronts, the NSFAS have done quite well, in dispensing bursaries. But with regards to the loan, there has been some challenges, and we're hoping that team that we've put in place to look at how can we effectively deal with the challenge of the missing middle will be able to deliver a turnaround, and we should be able to communicate something in the next few days.
The criticism often is that promises are made and there's not much of a follow-up. One of those promises that have come for the state is the building of 2 new universities. We know capacity constraints in that sector are well documented. How far are we insofar as that is concerned?
Well, we'll have to hear from the President what he says today about, infrastructure in the post-school education and training system, because, we have to hear the line, because, our system is obviously experiencing challenges. There's more demand for university seats. There's even now more demands for TVET college seats. And so, let's hope to hear what he says. The important thing now for us has become the establishment of those universities legally. We're exploring means to do that. And I think as soon as we can agree in mobilizing sufficient resources, then we should be able to, roll that out. But I also think that it's important that we note that there's been expansions throughout the sector. So, certain universities have individually grown, which means more space. So it's not just about the building of 2 more new universities or even more universities, specialized universities, if you may think, but I think it's also about growing the existing stock of universities to be able to afford, which is much more cheaper, than building universities.
All right, it'd be remiss of me not to speak to your beautiful wife and the dress that we saw a short while ago. They say behind every successful man is a strong, beautiful woman.
Yeah, so they say, and I think it's true. I don't know how you would have sewed up if I wasn't there, joking. I think it's got the capacity, the president identified the capacity and the will to serve people on his behalf. But thank you so much for the compliment.
Thank you very much and all the very best. Thank you very much. That is Buti Manamela, the Higher Education Minister, who is with us as well. It's lovely to see you. Welcome, welcome. Your own expectations tonight?
My own expectations is that the president will announce small businesses as the central pillar of our economy so that they get supported the way they should be supported. Because without small businesses, the economy will not grow. We will not be able to move forward. So that's my expectation tonight.
And what does that support look like?
That support looks like funding. Access to funding is the main obstacle to startups, particularly young people. When we say startups, we mean people that are going to jack up the economy and make sure that the economy grows. So that support looks like access to funding and making sure that our regulatory environment allows them to grow.
Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. It is moving here at the red carpet in the lead up to SONA 2026. Samkele, over to you.
Indeed, and it is moving. There is a political party or a protest. The economic freedom fighters are coming down there protesting with placards. Mr. Kana, just the importance from Rise Mzansi of SONA?
It's important for the president to account for what he said last year, but also to outline what needs to be done, especially looking at the true state of South Africans. South Africans are feeling unsafe, especially with all these revelations coming out of the Madlanga Commission, the ad hoc committee. They also, South Africans are battling a high cost of living, so they want to hear from the president what he has in store. But most importantly is the leadership of the state departments, the state institutions, so that South Africans can have the trust in the government to deliver on its promise.
On the issues of gambling, it's been a persistent issue that you've been raising as Rise Mzansi in the various committees in Parliament.
It's a big issue, and I would love for the president to reflect on the issue of gambling. Now that the Treasury has issued the document proposing a national online gambling tax, and because we are dealing with a pandemic, there are many South Africans now who are trapped in debt, trying to feed their gambling addiction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makashule Kana of Rise Mzansi. There is the economic freedom fighters whom are protesting. I'm just going to ask my colleague, Thabo, just to show you those visuals of the placards of the economic freedom fighters. I'm not sure where my colleague Bulelani Phillips is at this point in time, but we're just going to move forward with Thabo, just to go to this protest to offer the economic freedom fighters, where they are protesting about fees, protection fees, and communities. I'm just going to go in and see if I can speak to Julius Malema. They don't want us to speak. This is the EFF. They are making their entrance here. They're raising issues of protection fees are killing our communities. Violence is killing communities within South Africa. Julius Malema's protection detail is seemingly not allowing us to go near him. We will try to go near him at this point in time. We will ask them just the time with the essence. Don't push me, man. I'm doing my job. I'm pushing my don't do that. That's the essentially here Bulelani protesting about what is currently taking place within the South African communities. That is Sakina, essentially the EFF is saying they will not want to talk on this packet they have here inside Parliament.
No comments. Let's go.
Julius Malema, just to get a comment from him as they are picketing here. They are now going up again, picketing outside the precinct of the City Hall of Cape Town, which is ultimately the precinct of Parliament at this point in time.
Please come back to Ayanda. Bring up Ayanda. Sign up Ayanda.
That's perfectly fine. Can we move a bit back? The State of the Nation Address 2026. And now standing with the Tourism Minister in Patricia de Lille. Hello, Minister. Good to hear you and see you at the very least, given just how much of a hive of activity has become here. I'll start with the question that most people anticipate, which is what you're hoping will be in that speech at 7 o'clock.
Well, as a member that's part of government, I think as a government of national unity, we must collectively own what the president is going to say tonight. And we must acknowledge some of the green shoots, but also as a collective we have to acknowledge that we have to do a lot more so that the lived experience of our people can change.
Right. Tourism, I've heard, has had a pretty good year, and I'm sure you can attest to that. Record number visitors, I think, in the last financial year. What do you put that down to?
Well, definitely the highest on the record ever in South Africa, 10.5 million. It was not by coincidence. It's by reaching out, forming partnership with the private sector, developing a joint growth plan with the private sector, holding each other to account, identify the priority issues, and all partners working together to achieve that. And of course, you know, the competition with the rest of the world is stiff. And the marketing has been up tremendously in partnership with the private sector. So that's the key of the success.
Right. In many respects, we're told that a whole lot more can be done. I understand you've been crisscrossing the world. What are you learning from our counterparts?
Well, I'm learning a lot, and certainly my ambition is that currently we number 3 in the continent, Morocco, Egypt, and then us. And really, I'm wanting to push for us to become number 1. I think we've got the most beautiful country in the world. From our counterparts around the world, what we're learning is that technology and AI, we must keep the balance in tourism so that AI don't replace that personal interconnection. And we're working together on that, you know, to identify the services needed in digital space, and the services will be needed in the human space. And then I think tourism can take off over the rest of the world. It's already 1 in every 10 job opportunity around the world comes from tourism.
All right, Patricia de Lille, thanks very much indeed. Really do appreciate the time. The Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille, I suppose having a good story to tell in the lead up to the State of the Nation address. Bulelani is somewhere here around. Bulelani, over to you.
We are still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall there as we continue then to build up to the moment of the delivering of the ninth State of the Nation address by Cyril Ramaphosa as President of the country today. And Sakina, now joined by Mzwandile, our politics editor. It's really been quite the afternoon that while you're listening to the conversations on the red carpet, SK, you also hear that there are serious issues that must be discussed. And those issues must find expression in his address tonight.
Indeed, they must, Bongiwe, but there also seems to be a level of cognitive dissonance when you listen to some of our ministers speak, when you listen to some of our parliamentarians speak, because these are the people whose decisions ultimately are what guides our country. But Mzwandile, you know, from what you've been listening to on the red carpet here, what have you made in terms of what might be prioritized by President Cyril Ramaphosa tonight?
Thank you very much. And I think what will happen from obviously the glimpse and of what they are saying, look at the current crises that we are facing today. The issue of water. I mean, the president has had to dispatch ministers back to Johannesburg to attend to that matter. So I think the president will speak broadly around that, and from what perhaps some of the ministers are saying, it may be more biased towards fixing local government, because some of these are actually related to the problems that we have at a local government level. So that is the sense I'm getting. And then of course the issue of pacing up the economic growth, which may show some signs of perhaps positivity. And I think the president will say a bit more on that as part of saying and perhaps proving that some things are happening, and are happening quite correctly from the point of view. And it's also worth mentioning that as much as this is the 9th State of the Nation address, but in the context of this government, it is the 3rd GNU State of the Nation address, if I were to put it that way.
Well, we, of course, will come back to this discussion, Bongiwe, but I believe we have Samkelo Maseko and Herman Mashaba.
And Samkelo, you are with Herman, right?
Indeed, I am with the former mayor of Johannesburg, Herman Mashaba. Second bite at the cherry?
Well, Samkelo, 21st of February 2026 in Soweto, Action SA is going to be announcing our mayoral candidate for the city of Johannesburg. So please come around, you are invited. Action SA will unveil who the candidate is going to be.
Is it going to be a younger fellow, a 66-year-old?
Well, I think let's not really jump the bridge. Let's just wait until we get there. Only a week to wait. So Action SA is going to really present someone who is going to emerge as the mayor of the city of Johannesburg after the upcoming local government elections.
Are you fearful of Helen Zille?
She's the last person in the world I can really be concerned about, because people of Johannesburg are not going to allow a wall to be built between Alexander and Sandton. So we're not concerned about such individuals. Someone who's left a mess here in Khayelitsha, Gugulethu and Cane Flats, how can you worry about such an individual? So she's a list of our problems as Action SA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman Mashaba. Pleasure to engage with you. There is the ANC's Deputy Secretary General, Nomvula Mokonyane, alongside Zweli Mkhize. Oh, the brother or the sister, the two Mkhizes. Who's the leader between the two?
No, take it.
Thank you.
Get him, Mkhizwe.
He's still a gentleman. Mkhizwe, the essence of the President's State of the Nation address, what are some of the key priority points you as the ANC have brought forth? I am going to bring in Dr. Mkhize on issues of local government as well.
Amongst other things that the President is going to account and even recommit, it's about fixing the economy, making sure that there's inclusive growth and diversifying our economy, as we have seen with the good work that has been done by our ministers in partnership with the People's Republic of China. The second one is that of ensuring that we create opportunities for young people, we diversify in terms of skills so that we grow skills that are required for this economy. And the third one, we need to deal with peace and security in our country. We need to deal with illegal immigrants in our country. We need to make a criminal justice system that does not tolerate what has happened in terms of hijacked buildings, that has to do with selling of stolen goods as well as outdated goods. We need to also make sure that our townships and our suburbs do have access to basic services.
You've been seen and known as a lady of style. Just looking at this ravishing dress that you are wearing here tonight, I'm sure Miss Mokonyane Jr. had some influence to this dress.
They did. In fact, there were 7 other young girls from Kagiso who threw ideas. I bought the material from Chamdo in Kagiso, and the dress was made downtown in Maboneng in Johannesburg. So today it's about collecting myself, wearing in line with the shape of my body, but creating 11 job opportunities from the 9th of December until I put on this dress today.
Will they have those job opportunities with no water in Joburg?
Well, what has been quite striking is that these young people have been the ones who have been collecting water through buckets and dealing with these issues. And of importance is that we must deal with the mismanagement of water. We must go back and deal with leaks in our system, and we must have the capable men and women who must deal with the reticulation of water. South Africa has got sufficient water. What is a challenge is the access of water by ordinary South Africans.
Are you standing as SG or Deputy President?
I'm standing now as the DSG of the NC, and we have to work hard to reclaim our space.
Thank you very much, Novula Mukonyane. Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, issues of local government are very...
Don't ask me about fashion.
I Kavazela, you are dressed. You see, others will misconstrue green for MK.
No. Look, firstly, you must know, we can't fail to claim normal natural colors because somebody has decided that they want to make them their uniform. The combat uniform, the colors, black, green and gold, is universal. So those who use them must know the trademark of the ANC is known.
Mr. Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, on the issues of local government, very close to your heart, you're the chairperson of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. What we are seeing in Johannesburg, particularly of lack of water, it's also prevalent in other areas. In Msunduzi, in Pietermaritzburg, it was also there at some point in time. What are the key factors that are contributing to this?
Well, the major issue here is about trying to turn around the functionality of municipalities. It's very, very important, and we are saying on this, not only should it be a matter of government, but even parties need to take responsibility for the conduct of their own employees. So the issue of turning around governance, functionality of the municipalities, fighting corruption, ensuring there's accountability, consequence management, all of these things are important so that at the end we are able to solve the problem of water, which is huge. Johannesburg, they're talking about 44% loss of water. Msunduzi, we're talking about Msunduzi. In many places they're having this challenge. We need municipalities to be able to fix the road. We need the municipalities to be able to ensure that they run efficiently. And so we hope that there'll be more said about those issues so that we can have good local economic development to bring up the economy and deal with unemployment at local levels.
I saw someone talking about Zwelini Mkhize 27, is it there?
I haven't heard, but you create stories, so you might know where that comes from.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zwelini Mkhize, who is the chairperson of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Over to you, Bulelani.
Thank you so much, Samkele. Now I'm joined by the Minister of Fisheries and Forestry, Vili Aukamp, and I'm going to jump straight into it. Minister, I see you settling into your new portfolio. Firstly, what advice have you given the President as part of the contribution from your department?
I've asked the President to convey that we need to obviously grow the economy and create jobs. And we need in the same breath to protect the environment. And those two are not in opposition to each other. There is a sweet spot and we must find that. I have attended the mining indaba this week and people ask me, but what's the Minister of Environment doing at a mining indaba? And I said that's precisely where we must be, so that we can speak to industry to make sure that they know what the rules are that they've got to conform to. And I must tell you, when I was there this week, I realized that business in South Africa want to, and they take on the responsibility of doing their part in saving the environment. So I'm full into this, and I found my feet, and we're carrying on every day.
How can we find a balance between ensuring that we comply with environmental laws through the EIAs as well as economic growth? I mean, those shouldn't be mutually exclusive, if I may say.
No, it should not be. And when it comes to EIAs, we must make sure that people with integrity compile those EIAs. We have unfortunately seen in some cases where it's a copy and paste exercise. It must be a proper investigation. They must look at all the aspects of the environment. And then if we've got those proper EIAs, we must make the decisions based on that. If you want to make a success of the environment portfolio, you cannot base your decisions on emotions. You've got to base it on objective facts and data and science. And that is what I'm doing. I'm applying what we've got with regards to data and science. That are decisions that if you make them, you will be able to defend them. Whereas if you're going to make decisions based on emotions, you're going to battle to defend them. So that is what we've got to do. And again, we've got to work to find that balance between growing the economy, creating jobs, and protecting the environment for generations to come. That's my job, and I'm loving every moment of it.
All right, thank you so much, Willie Oukamp, Minister of Forestry and Fisheries, for more reaction and expectations, Ayanda, it's over to you.
Bulelani, thanks very much indeed. We'll jump straight into it. He's a busy man. The Electricity Minister is Dr. Hossein Ramaphosa. Good to see you, Minister. A good story, I imagine. But depending where you are in the country, some people will tell you they still struggle with access to electricity, even though load shedding is at bay. What kind of, I suppose, interventions are we anticipating so far as that is concerned?
No, Ayanda, you are right. I mean, there's a great imbalance across the South African geography. Those who are in villages, peri-urban areas are subjected to load reduction. We said last year we'll end it in October. It will take us 12 to 18 months. I'm confident, in fact, by end of this year we'd have resolved load reduction. Western Cape, we are done. Northern Cape and Northwest will do it by March, and the rest of the country will do it by end of October. When I say by end of, I'm saying completely in those areas. There will be, for an example, we've already started in the Tzanen area in Limpopo, Rooigrond in the Northwest. So we make sure that the story is that of equity around the access to electricity, and it must be truly universal. Of course, the elephant is in the room is the price of electricity.
That's exactly where I was going.
And then that's the president will say something about it, and then I'll elaborate end of March, beginning of April. I'm putting in the public domain our electricity pricing policy, the revised version for comment, and hopefully by June, July, we'd have closed that and then arrest the situation, Ayanda.
All right, so to be very clear, end of October, there's no load reduction in the country.
Yes, that's the commitment that we've made. Last year we said 12 to 18 months, but we are receiving cooperation from the areas that are affected. At this rate, we are confident end of the year, October, we should be there.
All right, we'll hold on to that. Thank you very much. The Electricity Minister is Dr. Hossein Ramaphosa. Optimistic, load shedding at bay, load reduction by the end of October will be done. Samkele Maseko is also with us. You've got the Trade and Industry Minister.
Indeed, Ayanda, load reduction will be the end of it. Load shedding is the end of it. Pakstow might be the happiest man as the minister in charge of trade and industry and competition. Mr. Pakstow, trade, industry and competition have just come back from China, sealing those trade deals. What is the most critical, important issue that will come out of the State of the Nation address on trade, industry and competition, and in particularly foreign direct investments into the country?
Well, firstly, I think that the President is likely to reflect on the progress we've been making as a country, and acknowledgement that we have turned the corner in terms of growth, in terms of development, and all the indicators are positive from that point of view. So we're quite excited that the country is making significant progress from a development point of view. But I do think that issues of trade would be crucial. Last year was a very difficult year from a trade point of view. There was great uncertainty, and we've had to make significant efforts to ensure that we're able to diversify our trading partners, and we're beginning to see the results. We're beginning to see trade with different countries. We're beginning to see signatures that we're entering into with other countries and agreements that diversify opportunities for our trade platforms. But we're also seeing appetite to invest in the country. I mean, you're talking about China. We've seen the Chinese beginning to express the need to invest in automotive production in South Africa. In our discussions, we're talking about access to the Chinese market. They've committed duty-free access into the Chinese market. They've committed that there would be no quotas in terms of the products. We also agreed on agreeing on the standard bodies, those that set the technical standards for goods, because it's one thing to say we have access to market, it's another to agree what the standards are for these products to access the market. So one of the understated signatures that were tied to last week was a platform on which we agree on technical standards. So we're looking forward to a much more exciting year from a trading point of view and opportunities for investments.
In short, Minister, Johannesburg, you're former mayor, executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg. What's your view of what's happening currently in Joburg, particularly around crumbling infrastructure?
Well, it is a culmination of a period in which the city has experienced underinvestment in infrastructure. I don't want to be playing politics, but the reality is that we experienced significant changes in the financial fortunes of the city since 2016, and the indicators are there to speak for themselves. And we're now reaping the rewards of, or rather, this is a result of that level of underinvestment and the changing of the financial fortunes of the city. But I do think that there's opportunity to turn it around. The team has been working quite hard, mobilizing private sector, mobilizing government to be able to support the city in turning the situation around.
Thank you very much, Minister. Deputy Minister of Higher Education is here with us as well. I'm just going to speak to her on the issues of NSFAS. Are the students getting funding?
Yes, they are getting funding. In fact, we are excited because other students have already told us they've got their allowances from last week, and others are getting their allowances this week. So it's all systems go.
On higher education, what do you anticipate the President will say?
Well, we want the President actually is going to be talking about skills revolution. He's going to be telling us how we are going to be working very hard to ensure that particularly youth that are not in employment, the youth that are not in school, we need to prioritize them. But he's also going to be talking about how we are now linking the industry with the skills development in our country so that we are able to supply the necessary skills for the economy.
Is the game changer coming back in KZN as provincial chair?
Yes, the President is going to be talking about the SONA today, and we are all ready to listen to the President.
You're not contesting, you're contesting as provincial chair?
We're not talking about that today. It's SONA today.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. She might have an appetite for provincial chair of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal. Bulelani, one knows. Over to you, Bulelani.
Thank you so much, Samkele. My next guest is a man who needs no introduction. He's a familiar face on our TV screens at the ad hoc committee investigating allegations raised by Lieutenant General Tlatla Mkhwanazi. Chair, thank you so much for your time, or should I rather say the benevolent chairperson.
You know, I mean, when you speak about benevolence, you speak about me. Thank you so much, Bulelani, and good evening to you.
Firstly, before we go anything, you've had an intense 2 days with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Now the question is whether will you meet the deadline of 20 February to complete your report, or have you asked for another extension as the committee?
20th February is not possible, you know. We only worked for 2 days. This week was Tuesday and yesterday. And remember when we concluded last night, at least it was on a very cordial footing. Us and the witness, we agreed that he should come back, and without any hitches, South Africa has it on record that he will come back. We still have General Vuma on our list, the former Deputy National Commissioner. We have added Mr. Rajan Trent. We have the outstanding appearance of Mr. Brown Mokhosi. We still have the outstanding appearance of Honorable Adams. We agreed that General Masemola must come back. And then General Mkhwanazi will be the last. But we have about 4, 5 or 6 outstanding public submissions that must also feature to appear before the committee. So we need, General Patlani as well. So we need about just over 10 days. And this week, nothing will happen. Next week, we are doing the debate on the state of the nation. It means we will still not have any day next week. We have written to the office of the Speaker to request for extension. We have identified a list of witnesses that I have just read now. And we said to the Speaker, we have the following witnesses that we want them to come and appear before the committee. And so we hope that with that motivation, and that we should be running our last lap as the committee. Maybe after all those witnesses, we may need some 2 to 3 weeks to consider the committee report and do recommendations.
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson of the ad hoc committee investigating allegations raised by Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, that is Molapo Likhanyane. On that note, we are going to cross to the studio now, where Bongiwe is standing by.
That is Bulelani Philip there in conversation with Soviet Likhanyane. He's the chairperson of the ad hoc committee, a man that many of us would have seen, Sakina, trying to maintain his cool as far as some of the frosty moments go as far as that committee is concerned. And as we then are counting now, we're counting down to 7 o'clock.
That's so. And of course, Bongiwe, this is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament, and we will shortly be moving into the ceremonials of SONA. As you can see, the bells have been rung, which is a signal to the guests who need to get into the chamber that they now need to get in because the doors will then be locked and they will no longer, after a certain kind of period, they will not be allowed in.
And of course, Sakina, these are some of the moments that we see year on year, right? And
yes.
Even Mzwai, as we're bringing you into this conversation, the moments that now the SANDF, we've been speaking to them even this morning and yesterday about how for them this is a moment to also pay their respect to their commander-in-chief.
Oh yes, and especially when you have a situation where really our army or our defense, maybe let me put it that way, is going through certain challenges. I mean, it's not lost on us that the president a couple of days ago wrote to the Secretary General of the United Nations and notifying him that South Africa will be pulling out the soldiers from the DRC. So that speaks to the bigger issue around, for example, our role there. And for them, this is quite an important occasion. And then to also know that perhaps they need a bit more capacity, I'm sure it's even more important for them, because remember, this is the line of defense for the country. When all is said and done, when we have nowhere to look at, these are the people who will be on the defense line for the country. So their role is very important, and as you have said, we have clarified that with a number of speakers who are key in this, why it is important, but also for us as a country to have a functional, competent and capacitated defense force gives a bit of comfort.
Go ahead.
It certainly does, but there are many problems there. And in a world that is, besieged with uncertainty at the moment, especially pertaining to geopolitical developments, we see countries starting to think, look and speak more to their defense budgets. But just on screen there, Bongiwe and Mzwai, we see the arrival of former President Kgalema Motlanthe and his wife.
He is among those in attendance. We also have been told that the former President Jacob Zuma will be in attendance. Former President Thabo Mbeki has sent his apology. But Mzwai, we look at the former President Kgalema Motlanthe, and we can't help but also look at the quality of the councillors that the ANC will now have to produce, right, to contest for local government elections. The criteria becomes important because, yes, the State of the Nation address happens, but it happens at the time when the country is also waiting for the elections.
Yes, in fact, that's why I think earlier we were speaking about this State of the Nation address perhaps more tilted towards the local government elections. I mean, even if you look at how, let's go back to the ANC's January 8th statement. Of course, we know this is not just about the ANC, but as the dominant party in the GNU, clearly some of the policies or some of the priorities will be perhaps more pronounced. One of the things they've spoken about is fixing local government. And I think they'll use this opportunity because everyone agrees, even in the GNU and actually outside the GNU, that local government needs to be fixed. Perhaps the problems that we are having of the water issues in Johannesburg relate largely to the municipalities. So that tells you that there's been a lot of either neglect or shortage of money in terms of replacing some of that infrastructure. So I see this State of the Nation address elections. I mean, we expect that Sakina and Bongiwe to perhaps take place around November or perhaps early next year if we are late.
And those come with their own complications, the dates. And it seems as though November is the least problematic in terms of the challenges that the IEC will encounter should that date move beyond that. But very interesting, you know, especially with regard to the local government issues. And also interesting that I think there's a general understanding, an awakening amongst the political parties that it's not now about your ideological position, because things are literally falling apart.
And as Mzwai, you know, just to add to that, one of the things that the president said last year and the year before was that they are pushing to work together, remove all the differences, work for the people of South Africa. But we've seen what they've had to say. I mean, just an earlier interview with, you know, the DA that Sakina had. They simply aren't willing to take a collective responsibility for the entire cabinet.
For the failures.
They're part of it, right? They don't want to take accountability for the failures of the cabinet. And then at the same time, you then see the different positions when it even comes to foreign policy. So can they even, at a practical level, put aside these ideological differences, or is it just talk?
I think they are actually forced by circumstances to put them aside. You have a Freedom Front Plus in the cabinet of President Ramaphosa. You have a PAC in the cabinet of President Ramaphosa. So those are left and right extreme. They are working together. So how can you then now hold on to the ideology? Which ideology will you hold on to? So they are forced by circumstances to look at the issues that are a priority for this country. And we know what are some of those issues. We've been speaking about the issue of fixing local government, issues of the roads that have potholes, the issue of electricity, for example, that we've spoken about, and the issue of unemployment that really is a problem, the youth unemployment in particular. So you can't, in that instance, then prioritize your ideological inclinations when the difficulties and the problems are sinking the country. You've got to navigate that. That's where the leadership of the president comes into play. He must be able to bring the PA, the ANC, the PAC, the Freedom Front Plus, the DA, the IFP, to be able to perhaps single-minded about what needs to be done. In fact, if you may have seen the press conference earlier today of the situation in Johannesburg, you could see that those ministers were aligned in terms of what needs to be done. And when you looked at them, you looked at the IFP ministers and the ANC ministers, but single-handedly focused singularly focused on what needs to be done in terms of resolving the water issues in Johannesburg. So I personally don't think the issue of ideology will take center stage. Yes, you can't throw it away completely, because as a country we are anchored on some form of principle, but in this instance, pragmatism and practicality should guide what the president says.
I must say, the way I see it, I think, and listening to the various parties, they are quite happy to suspend those ideologies at the local government sphere. They are not willing to do that at the national level, because there is where the policy formulation happens. There is where the differences become stark in ideology on things like NHI, on the Bella Act now, which is still a sore point for some of the members of the GNU, issues like BEE.
In fact, just to come in there, and the contradictions become so stark. The recent contradiction that I can speak about even now, the Minister of Sports, who is the leader of the PA, who at some point in his capacity as the leader of the PA expressed support to what President Trump was doing in the United States. But then he had to walk back the very
happen, Mzwai, I think given that this is an election year, this is going to be quite instructive because the members of the GNU, it's going to be interesting for them to see this is their first litmus test post the formation of the government of national unity. How will the electorate respond to them having been a part of the GNU and their contribution to government and what we are settled with now? So it's going to be quite interesting to see how they navigate post the election result.
In fact, even before that, Sakina, I am actually looking forward to when those manifestos are launched and when those campaigns are now rolled out across the country from different parties. So, as the DA, will you stand on top of the mountain and say the DA has messed up? As the PAC, will you stand on top of the mountain and say the ANC has messed up? Because people will simply ask the question, yes, we agree, where were you? Look at local government elections. The minister who is responsible for local government elections is the minister from the IFP. What does Minister SABC say when he talks about the IFP seeking to sort out the issues in local government? So do you blame the ANC or you take collective responsibility? It is going to be very interesting. Contradictions will be so interesting.
They are. And I had that very conversation and it actually played out like that, where the DA was not willing to take collective responsibility for failures. But Mzwai, much more to come.
And we'll let you go for now as we stay with those visuals there. You can see the Speaker of the National Assembly there, Thoko Didiza. There's also the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, that is Refilwe Mtsweni. And this is, Sakina, the moment when you and I get to have our favorite conversation about everything else that is to unfold now as we continue then to await even the arrival of the president, the deputy president, and everyone else, all the dignitaries who are to arrive. But of course, we do know the president, SK, is the last one to arrive. And I think I'm spotting that's Dunstan. Is that the justice?
Correct. It does look like Dunstan Mlambo.
Justice, yeah, I think.
So,
it's
just with his back to us at the moment. But we seem to be in agreement. Okay.
Are we in agreement?
We'll see
I hope
when he turns around. We'll be able to tell. But of course, Bongiwe, this is the ceremonial part of the SONA, and this is where the official program now begins, where we will see the three arms of state coming in, three arms of state. The procession for the provincial speakers, then you have the provincial premiers and the judiciary. They will all enter, and as you say, it is indeed Dunstan Mlambo. So the judiciary are making their way in.
And as we continue then to watch these visuals, remember, there's a lot that is still going to happen as part of the ceremonial procession, right? Remember, the 21-gun salute is still coming. We're still going to have, today I'm told it's the fly past. It's not the fly salute. I was told yesterday. So, you know the terminology. It's always a thing, because then you have to know what's going on.
Always.
But the interesting part about the fly past, it's so quick.
Yeah, we miss it.
You actually miss it. So you have to always be ready and have that moment. And then there's also, of course, the decorum in the chamber. You've seen it come into focus in the last few years, as we've seen some of the MPs being kicked out. But over time, people are saying it has settled somewhat. And we do get to hear what is being said to the nation. So there's a lot still to talk about. There's a lot still to speak about as we are waiting for the members of the SANDF are going to be telling us about some of the key moments, because this is their time. This is when they get to tell us who accompanies the president. And
we are here to listen.
And in fact, let's take in some of the live visuals there and the net sound. All right, we are still coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall as we are awaiting the arrival of President Cyril Ramaphosa. But remember, as the ceremonial part kicks off, there's a lot that still needs to happen before the president comes here. But there has been a lot happening even behind the scenes. A lot of conversations are going to at least help you understand what you're seeing unfold before your eyes. And we always leave it to the experts, right?
Oh, it's much better that way because then we know it's not going to be messed up by you and I. So let's bring in the people who know exactly what is going on here, and they're going to help us way through it, Bongiwe. We've got Lieutenant Colonel Vanessa Stark. She's with the South African Air Force, pilot there.
Hi.
And we also have Brigadier General Selina Rollins from the Director Defense Corporate Communications. Ladies, I'm so excited. We have the ladies in the house.
You know. It's really good. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you. Perhaps let's start with where we are now in Brigadier as far as the program is concerned, right? Because we often do get our moment on the red carpet as the media to get to ask all the questions we want and everything. But as soon as the bell is rung, we all know it's time to stop.
It's time. Yes, today is actually now what we call D-Day this evening, where everything that is ceremonial, that is due, we pay our ceremonial compliments to the President. And this is the greatest day in the national calendar for us as the South African National Defence Force. We look forward to it. We prepare and train for this day so that we are in alignment with the Constitution, telling South Africans that we are here and we are committed to serve.
And how long is the training?
For this event in particular, we've been in training for the past 2 weeks, that we get everybody, all the units together to prepare, and this is what we call our marrying up drills. All the units get together, the SA Army, the South African Air Force, the South African Navy, as well as the South African Military Health Service. So we get together and form one grouping so that we all march off on the same pace.
And Colonel Stark, for me it's always the fact that I can't tell who's who. It's very problematic. I promise one day I'm going to learn. But who is participating today?
So, as the General has indicated, all arms of service will be represented. So the roles that they're going to be playing vary.
How do we tell them apart? Who's in the white uniforms? Who's the guys with the blue berets? Who's who?
Right, so I'm sure the most obvious choice to start with is the Navy. We've got the Navy band that's set up and it's providing entertainment for all of the guests that have arrived already. So they're the ones that are dressed in white. Then we've also got the Army represented. They are wearing the brown uniforms. The rest of the Navy members will also be dressed in white, and then the Air Force will be represented in blue, and then the South African Medical Health Services is going to be dressed similarly in colours similar to what the General's wearing with red embellishments.
And when we talk about what is to happen now, there is a moment I'm going to circle back to in just a moment, but Brigadier, there's the IDICAM, right?
Yes.
Who are they? And because they play such a critical role, but we need to understand what is it and who are they?
Okay, the IDICAMs, especially today, we have the two ladies from the South African Air Force, Colonel Flock and Colonel Smith. So they are there to aid the President into the National Assembly. So they will be outside. As soon as the President is done taking the national salute, he will do an about turn, and then they aid him until he is inside the National Assembly, ready to present the State of the National Address. They will wait there inside the Assembly until the President is done, and then aid him again to exit.
So yes. How are the aides to come decided upon?
So the issue of the aid camps, within the 4 services, they take turns. So you will see from time to time, the 1 year would be South African Military Health Service, and then the next year, so we take turns amongst the 4 arms of service. Possibly next year, they might decide that it is the aid comes from the South African Army.
And so do they move with the president from wherever he is, or does their work begin here? Where does it begin?
It depends on the event.
Okay.
So on every particular event, they will select certain aide-de-camps for the president, and then that is where they participate.
So when you say every certain event, is this official events or there special ceremonies? When
this is concerning all the official national events, be it a state funeral, inauguration, we always have aide-de-camps there, as well as events that are of national importance. Wherever the president would be appearing on podium, then we will provide aide-de-camps to assist.
And for you, when we think about the fly past and the air wing coming into the fray, let's talk about there, ceremonially, what do they do?
Right, so for the aircraft conducting the fly past today, it's a very brief role. Their goal, their mission is to ensure that honor and respect is shown to the Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa. And so it's up to them to ensure that that honour and respect is portrayed in their very brief role as they fly over the podium.
And who gets to fly?
All right, so on the lineup today, we've identified the Hawk aircraft to be the aircraft that perform that fly past. So we're hoping for a formation of 3 aircraft. Would you be interested to know who the pilots are?
Please, please, definitely.
Right, so in the lead aircraft, we're going to have Major Nkota. He is going to be flying the aircraft, and his call sign is Castro. With him in the back seat, we've got the officer commanding of 85 Combat Flying School. So that is Lieutenant Colonel Vundla, call sign Doberman. Then in the number 2 aircraft, which sits on the right-hand wing of the lead aircraft, we're going to be having Major Naidu, call sign Ronan, and flying with him is Lieutenant Colonel Siecho, call sign Cypher. Then in the number 3 aircraft, which sits on the left-hand wing of the formation, we're going to be having Major Poisat, call sign Nitro, and with him Major Murray, call sign Skyrim.
We're learning. Call sign, I like this. So, Colonel Stark, what is your call sign?
My call sign's Iris.
Iris. Okay. And have you participated in this ceremony?
I have not had opportunity to participate in a SONA event, but when I was flying transport aircraft out of Air Force Base Waterkloof, I participated in many events, particularly taking place in Pretoria area.
Oh, I'm so envious.
That used to be one of my favorite outings at the air shows at the Waterkloof Air Force Base, because, as you say, it's brief, but it is definitely one of the highlights for many people that fly over.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the, for example, let's think about the moment around the formation, right? Because the formation itself is done in such precision. I mean, I witnessed the moment of rehearsal yesterday, and I remember at some point I thought, okay, is this it? Is this today? Is it? Because the way it's done, I was asking myself that what goes into the actual formation?
In terms of the flying skills, we train the pilots right from when they're still in their ab initio flying stage. So when they're still at Central Flying School, we train formation flying to ensure that those pilots, by the time they get their wings, all of them are capable of flying within a formation. As they then progress onto each new aircraft type, it will be one of the phases of the training. We train general flying, we train to fly in bad weather, instrument flying, and then formation flying is just one of the phases that we ensure is taught.
And today is good weather, I suppose.
It's looking good.
And then, interestingly, I was speaking to Major General Mkhize earlier.
Oh, yes.
And she was saying, so I asked her, so what could possibly go wrong? Because it always seems like, you know, when we talk about military precision, everything goes according to plan. What could possibly scupper that precision? And she said, the weather. Yeah. So, you know, when you are basically planning for SONA, you know, how often do you check what the weather holds in store?
The most important time is just before you walk out, because the forecasters they might not get it right. So the most important weather check will
That
be
is
before
such
you walk
accuracy. Yeah, because we even dress inappropriately because then the wind is flying us over here. But you know what? It's all in good fun. But of course, you know, as we are now counting down, we are going to see the streets that are lined. So from where the president starts his procession, you know, that lining of the streets up until the point where the president gets here. Let's talk to that. I mean, we are going to see it and you'll be able to talk to us in further detail, but just, you know, brief overview of how that procession is constituted.
Okay, the procession, I think it will start first with the Deputy President's motorcade. That motorcade will be led now by the motorbikes. The Deputy President gets allocated 10 motorbikes, and the President and motorcade of the President will follow soon afterwards, and then he will be led with 28 motorbikes. So, and the street lining, the flag bearers will be alongside on the road and until they come right up to the front of the podium where the President will come out, be met by the door openers, and then the stepping guards will also be alongside the doorway into the assembly area. Yes.
So, and we'll get into more detail. This is the beauty of having the experts here because they will talk us through everything that we see. And then, of course, you spoke about the Deputy President. Yes. How many vehicles for the President?
The motorbikes. The President gets allocated 28 motorbikes
28.
For the President, yes. Yes, and 10 for the Deputy President.
That's a lot of motorbikes.
And that's a lot for this year's SONA year. Yeah. But,
is it always the same number?
No, it's not necessarily the same number, and the number is not, how shall I say, it's not so critical to it. Yes, it might be 24, it could be 28 motorbikes, depending on the occasion, of course. So for this occasion, the military police, which is the Provost Marshal General, he made sure that they are allocating 28 motorbikes for the President.
And with regards to the, as we see there, as you were saying, Sakina, earlier on, that this is the three arms of the state that are present today, and it wouldn't be the State of the Nation address without the other. So everyone is going to be here because this is basically the moment that kind of opens formally the work of the Parliament. As we do know, it's a joint sitting, around 490 MPs expected to be in attendance, and we do have dignitaries. You've seen there former President Kgalema Motlanthe arriving, and we do have other former heads of state that we're expecting, and as well as other dignitaries as well, who are going to be forming part of the proceedings.
Indeed, and seeing the judiciary enter, I think the premiers, they've already entered. I think we may have just missed that. They have entered. So these proceedings well underway. And as we speak, of course, to our esteemed guests, the pictures will help them tell us the story. And speaking of, okay, here's some people. Is it like your uniform?
Yes, it's a similar uniform.
So yeah.
Yes, this is the South African Military Health Service Band. They are going to assist now the formation of the SAMS grouping to march through along. So we are having 5 bands for today. We have the South African Navy Band that is playing outside the precinct here. And then on the marching columns, we will have the band of the South African Army, 2 bands from the South African Army. They will be marching the South African Army contingent as well as for the South African Navy. Then we have 1 band from the South African Military Health Service as well as the South African Air Force Band.
And the reason I'm looking outside is because I'm seeing flags, and I'm seeing different flags, and I'm just wondering, you know, what they represent. There's the South African flag to our extreme right, and then there are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 others.
Yes. So next to the South African flag, you will see there, that is the Department of Defense flag. It's followed by the South African Army flag, and then the South African Air Force, the South African Navy, and the one at the extreme end is the South African Military Health Service.
I spotted that. It
Yes.
makes sense now.
Yes.
You know, when you mention it and you can actually see.
It's representing the different
Yes.
arms of service.
Yes.
Yes.
And perhaps let's talk about just this particular procession, right? What are we seeing before our eyes?
Okay. In front of us here, we are seeing the step guards. These are non-commissioned officers that are there to welcome the dignitaries as they arrive into the parliamentary precinct. They go on and stand by the doorway on the steps leading into the precinct.
So ceremonial, as it were.
Ceremonial, as it were, and they are also represented. Every arm of service is represented by the step guards.
And then after them, what are we to expect?
Okay, after them, we will then see the National Ceremonial Guard that will come and stand on attention, waiting to take now the official salute to the president when he arrives.
And Lieutenant, for you, when we're seeing this now, and at some point we're going to see the 21 gun salute, there's going to be singing of the national anthem. Perhaps let's paint a picture for our viewers as to what is going to happen.
Right, so at that moment when the salute is given, there's a few things that happen simultaneously. We have the National Ceremonial Guard that is saluting the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. We have the national anthem that will be playing, and simultaneously we will have the 21-gun salute that's taking place, and then the aerial salute with the fly past of the Hawk aircraft.
And perhaps maybe we'll take it all in for now.
Yeah. Love this part of the proceedings. So for a minute, let's let these pictures tell the story.
Beautiful.
guard of honor as we await the arrival of President Cyril Ramaphosa. We are still in conversation with Brigadier General Selina Rowlands, the Director of Defence Corporate Communication, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Vanessa Stark with the South African Air Force, and she's a pilot there. Wouldn't we love to all be? As we continue to watch these visuals, right? So let's first talk about what we are seeing, who are the members, and who gets to be part of the Military Guard of Honor.
The National Ceremonial Guard is a unit on its own, being taken from the South African Army arm of service. These members are trained purely for ceremonial purposes. At the moment, they are led here and they are under the stewardship of Captain Naledi Khatle, and they are here now standing on guard, waiting to receive the President and accord him that ceremonial honor, the national salute.
And when you say they are there for ceremonial purposes, just expand on that. So that's all they do.
So yes, the ceremonial guard, that is all they do. They are trained to be ceremonial. Their duties are when we are having ceremonial events where they have to appear, where the President is, then they have to be there to be the guard of honor for the President.
I haven't heard that before. It's the first time that I'm hearing that explanation.
I actually thought when they finish, they go to something else.
Yes, that's what I thought. So that's very interesting.
Quite interesting indeed. And when we then talk about the 21-gun salute, Colonel, made to understand it's a minute and how many seconds?
About a minute 40.
Nothing more, nothing less.
If we're doing it right.
Okay. And you always do it right.
Always. and it is possible, because that timing is perfected. And these are the things, I must say, that many South Africans look forward to seeing, just how well orchestrated it all is, how well oiled this machine is. But I'm hearing helicopters above us, and we were speaking about the weather and how the weather can influence things. And I think it was said that the airspace, is it over Cape Town, CBD, or is it over this parliamentary precinct that it would be closed for this duration?
Yes, we'll set up a boundary. We'll make sure that a NOTAM goes out so that all aviators who want to operate in the area are well briefed in terms of what the lateral limits are on that airspace restriction.
And that from how long? From when till when?
There'll always be a start date and time as well as an end date and time.
Okay. Yeah. That's very interesting. And you were telling us, Colonel Stark, that there was a bit of an incident earlier concerning the weather.
Well, actually, there was a fire that was observed in the observatory area, and helicopters were sent to go and attend to the fire. So immediately our safety team here on the ground, they had to make sure that we deconflict so that it's not going to be a problem by the time the flypast takes place. So we're maintaining good communications through all of our channels to ensure that any aerial activity is well communicated and deconflicted.
So the helicopters above us now, what are they doing?
We will have one Oryx helicopter that will fly escort duties and provide security services. And
so is that the one escorting the President?
Yes.
Just the President, no one else?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when then, so do they escort the President from home, or is there a certain precinct where they start, and when then do they leave the parliamentary precinct?
All of that information will be briefed. The crew that are involved will have been given all of that information so that they can then plan their routes and ensure that they're available in time and in the right place.
I'm trying to see if I can locate the snipers. Seeing them this time around.
Brigadier smiling because she's thinking, you will never know.
No, you Brigadiers, no, not going to see them.
Brigadiers, you will never know. That is one information you will never know. You will never get to see them. I've been watching. I've been trying to locate someone somewhere unsuccessfully, I must say.
I think what we should be happy about is that we all feel safe. So I think that should be comfort to say we are here, and all of us here can easily say we are safe, and the event will go off well today.
And I suppose it also speaks to ordinary South Africans who are watching to say the strength of our military, when it comes to South Africa, but also, as you speak about the fact that we are safe. As we speak right now, there are countries where if we were to see this, it would actually send everybody, towards their hiding places.
Yes, very true. South Africa, we are actually glad that as a sovereign state, we are able to can say we have a constitution where we are mandated obviously by the South Africans. They mandated us through the constitution that we are a defense force that is able to can commit and make sure that they are safe.
I must say, watching these visuals right now, listening to the two of you speak, there must be some young South Africans sitting there thinking, I want to be them. I want to be a part of this. And, these are things that generally we don't talk about during these proceedings, but I quickly just want to touch on it. If there's someone sitting there thinking, I want to be like Lieutenant Colonel Stark, I want to become a pilot in the South African Air Force, how do they go about that?
First of all, they need to start when they're young. Work hard at school. I cannot overemphasize this point. Make sure that you are focusing on your maths and science. Don't give up. If it doesn't come easily to you, sit and figure it out. Maths and science is something that everybody can become good at if they work hard, put in the effort and the time. And then once they're finished with their matric, the Department of Defense always advertises for their recruitment. Forms are distributed via the DoD website so that any South Africans that have then matriculated can apply with the South African National Defence Force in all of the arms of services, in all of the roles.
Is there an age limit, or can I make a quick career change?
She said you are young.
But I'm still considering myself the late youth.
Yes.
The late youth,
yes.
the youth that's on the other side.
Youth and dollars. Yeah. Okay, is there hope for women?
It's okay.
Yeah.
You look very young. I think
There we go.
make it.
There we go. See, if I just looks, I'm in. You see, I'm in.
But these are real issues because we live in a country where there is perhaps a negative perception of our defense force. There is perhaps, the negative perceptions of what it stands for. But in a country where there's high youth unemployment and where we have youth who are in conflict with the law, so many people are always saying we should get them into the army. We should try and bring the youngsters through, if for no other reason, for discipline. How important is discipline in the South African Defence Force?
Discipline is a number one priority in the South African National Defence Force. For you to be in this uniform, you are actually committing yourself to be a disciplined soldier. So by the time we put you in uniform and you go and do your basic training, everything that you do has to be done in a professional way. You have to be loyal, and you have to be disciplined at all times, because even at basic training they will teach you, you wake up at a certain time, everything is done on time, you eat at a certain time, you sleep at a certain time. So all those things are important in the long run, where even in your career, when you are in your own functional area where you are working in your career, then you are able, same like the pilots, they start with basic training, and as a pilot, everything is dependent on time. So that is all part of being disciplined.
And one of the other things that we've actually, we touch on it, but we don't speak much about it, is the role played by the SANDF actually when it comes to our borders, and the amount of work involved there, and how they've actually helped even the border management to be able to assist with what is going on there and to beef up security as well.
And that is very true. The South African National Defence Force has actually made a lot of achievements along the border with the deployment of our members in Operation Corona. There's been a whole lot of successes that we have done. But nonetheless, with all the other things that can be actually improved, we are working on improving the situation in the borders. It is very critical, and I think we are committed to border safeguarding.
It is, of course, now a serious countdown, and 23 minutes before the top of the hour. And we did say it is about military precision. So the time becomes important now, because we will now await the arrival of the Deputy President first. We saw one former president arrive, didn't see the other. Not sure if he is in attendance, Bongiwe.
And we were told he said he was coming, because yesterday, when the National Assembly Speaker was briefing the media, she said they received a confirmation from former President Jacob Zuma that he will make it. We haven't seen it. There was an apology from former President Thabo Mbeki, definitely not expecting him, but we haven't seen former President Jacob Zuma at this moment. And also, I want to ask about the Deputy President as well, and who is assigned to him as far as the traveling arrangements and all of that. Obviously can't be at the same scale as the President. So when it comes then to the assistance, yes, Sakina?
I just want to ask before we get to that part, so where there is confirmation that a former president will arrive and they haven't arrived given the time and the precision that needs to prevail, at what point is it a cutoff and they no longer allowed to come through?
I think that communication would have been done with the NetJoc already, because of when the president decides he is not able to make it anymore, then the NetJoc will be notified, and they will inform the members that are assigned to him to step down.
Okay, all right. So and maybe perhaps we even, before we get to the Deputy President, to stay with something that you said, because we often talk about this net joints, and even during the briefings we speak about net joints, but sometimes a person who misses it, because we are in it, we know what net joints is. Maybe let's speak to a South African watching us to say, who's this net joints and who does it bring together in order to understand how we get to this particular moment with everyone else?
Okay, I would say the NetJoc is actually where the security cluster, which is the South African National Defence Force, the South African Police Service, and as other security agencies, as well as the government Parliament Office, where they sit together, and that is where they discuss issues of movements, who's coming, who's going, who needs to be where at what time. So all that is happening in that environment.
It also speaks about the road closures, which ones are going to be closed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And Lieutenant, maybe I come to you, that we speak about then the Deputy President in terms of his own travel arrangements to get there. What happens there?
So he will enjoy a similar convoy as the president, with the military police on motorcycles performing that motorcade configuration. So he will also have that escort to ensure that he arrives safely in time.
All right, and just a reminder, in fact, to our viewers who are just joining us, right, we're counting down. You can see there, the State of the Nation address is set down for 7 o'clock. But as we've been saying throughout the course of the evening, we are not only watching the developments from here within the parliamentary precinct, because yes, it's at the City Hall, but it's been declared the parliamentary precinct. There's also families who are watching the State of the Nation address, who are going to be waiting to hear what the President has to say. We'll be bringing you live reaction as they're going to then see if this the address resonates with them. Does it speak to some of the issues you would have heard on the red carpet as well? A lot of the concerns around the issues of water, but then young people talking about jobs. You think about some of the issues around economic recovery. Sakina, what does it look like? What does a functional state look like for an ordinary South African?
Absolutely. And of course, we are seeing a family now on our screen who are watching on SABC too. And it's always exciting going to the families just to get a sense from ordinary South Africans of what their expectations are, and of course what all of this means to them as we see the first motorcycles also come into view. And this is
that would be the Deputy President's motorcade. The motorcycles are escorting the motorcade of the Deputy President.
And we see this is right behind us now. I didn't realize they were already here.
They're right here.
They're right here. And this is, of course, Deputy President Paul Mashatile and his wife, who will alight from the car. And what's the significance of the Deputy President or the President or whoever the person is alighting from the left and the spouse from the right?
So this is just an ease of when the Deputy President comes out of the vehicle, that immediately he steps onto the red carpet and to greet the members of Parliament that are waiting for him to greet.
And of course being received by Dr. Anli Lothrit, who is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and of course also the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Les Govender. Those are the two people there receiving Deputy President Paul Mashatile.
And now waiting the Speaker of the National Assembly to make her way to receive the President. And as we've been talking about the important issue, right, of decorum as well, as far as the members who would be inside are concerned, because that is also quite important during a ceremony like this one. They must be seated before the procession enters, and each of the 9 provinces represented by a full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members seated in the removable crossbenches. At the same time, there would be a delegation from the South African Local Government Association members who are also going to be present here. That is SALGA, and you'd know them for the work that they do as far as the municipalities are concerned. And then, as we've been saying this evening, there's also going to be judges, there's going to be former presidents, provincial speakers, directors generals. There's going to be a lot of guests who are going to be here tonight to not only form part of, I suppose, the ceremonial part of it, Sakina, but they are ordinary South Africans as well. They are also going to be listening to hear what the President has to say about some of the key departments that they work in.
Indeed. And there we see 2 more members taking position. And I'm going to hand it over to our experts to talk to us in terms of what is happening now, what are we awaiting?
Right, so we're anticipating that the President will arrive soon. We see in the screen some of our safety team. They're busy monitoring to ensure that if there's any delays, those delays are communicated to our pilots so that they can adjust their time over target. They've been given a time that they must be ready to be overhead, but if there are any delays, then that must be communicated timeously so that we can still reach our objectives.
So as we speak, they're already in the air?
Correct.
So just waiting for the signal. And at what time exactly are we expecting that flyout?
1852.
1852.
Okay, so basically you say our phones must be ready from 1850. Start rolling from 1850. If you have a cell phone, Sakina, and you want to capture it, from 1850 you are rolling.
And from which direction are we? Because that's the other thing why we missed it. That's the other reason, because we're looking in the wrong direction. And you know, you've been looking this way and they're coming that way.
Yes. They'll always fly perpendicular to the podium, so they're going to be directly coming in straight towards the podium and flying over. So with it being here in this position, it'll be coming in from a northeasterly direction, and they'll egress to the southwest.
And then the next part is the 21 gun salute. Who gets to be part of that?
Historically, every head of state gets accorded a 21 gun salute, and that is actually where the Defence Force offers the ceremonial honors, full ceremonial honors to the head of state. And in this case, our Commander-in-Chief, the President, will be accorded the 21 gun salute. And this is done by the Nelson Mandela Artillery Regiment. They are based here in the Cape. They have 19 members on there that will be on duty doing the 21 gun salute.
All right, as we continue then to wait for the arrival of President Cyril Ramaphosa, you've seen the Deputy President has arrived inside with his wife, Humile Mashatile, and they are inside now, and the members are waiting. And Sakina, for you and I, this is also going to be a personally quite happy moment, as we're going to see our Imbongi tonight in action.
Ria Rien.
We are going to see her in action, excited for her community and what this means for her. And it's one of those moments, as we see now, the president is in fact arriving. I'm going to leave it to you, Lieutenant Colonel, to take us through what we're seeing.
Right, so in the background you'll hear the oryx overhead. That's also a good indication that the president is close by. We've got the motorcade coming into sight now, and we'll anticipate that as soon as they arrive in position, the President of the Republic of South Africa will then have an opportunity to take his place on the podium, and at that point we will then perform those ceremonial duties of showing the ultimate sign of respect, and that is the salute.
And perhaps let's talk about everyone who's accompanying the president right now.
In terms of his security detail?
In terms of, yes, your part of the ceremony. Let's speak about everyone who's involved in this moment right now, right up until it gets to the podium and, you know, the assistance with the opening of the doors and everything.
Right, so we've got the military police that are busy participating in that motorcade. We've got 28 motorcycles that are in that formation, ensuring that the president does arrive safely to his position.
And Bongi, it's time now to welcome more viewers, and dit is nou waar ons SABC 2 kykers by ons aansluit. En welkom en almal vanaand hier by ons ingesluit, en dit is natuurlik vir vanaand se staatsrede, en julle is net betyds om President Cyril Ramaphosa is aansien te vind, en hier kan jy sien die president en sy vrou, en hulle is nou reg agter ons, waar ons sit in ons atelier, en die president en sy vrou gaan nou die rooi tapuit betree. En vandaar kan julle saam met ons kyk na die res van die verwikkelinge. So welcome to those viewers on SABC 2, and as I was saying, I'm trying my best Afrikaans here this evening.
It was your best, it was amazing.
And we also have the watch party, as you
can there they are,
glued to the screen, the president and his wife, of course, and good to see her here. She was not here last year, so good to have her in attendance. The First Lady of South Africa, and the President, of course, being greeted and received there, Bongi, by the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Tolile George, also the Speaker, she's coming through there, of the National Assembly, Togo Didiza, as well as the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Rifilwe Twenty.
And right now, of course, as we have been talking about this moment and how critical it is as far as the guard of honor that is, given to the president as the commander-in-chief, essentially, and this is a huge moment as we've been hearing. So perhaps we bring you both in to speak about what happens now, about when it comes to the ceremonial part of everything before the president makes his way inside.
It's 1851.
Yes.
It's looking good.
What we are seeing right now is the warrant officer who is commanding the aid camps. He is just giving the president a quick brief on what to expect and what is going to happen. From here, the president will start walking towards the entrance of the National Assembly. In front, of course, will be the two aid camps that will be marching at a pace that is set, because they must not step faster than what the president can walk. So they set their pace and march the president into the national precinct. Before he marches off into the national precinct, he will go onto the podium, take the national salute, and then they will assist him again, aid him into the National Assembly.
Lieutenant Colonel is watching the clock. I can see her getting jittery. She's wondering, no, is this going to happen on time?
I can see the two-way radio also in procession there, because, I can see the communication is happening. Yeah. So as you were saying, you were saying the people who are escorting the president, they are?
The two aid camps, yes.
And so the pace at which they walk, yes, obviously picking it up now, slightly. You can literally see it.
Yes. So they always need to be a few steps ahead of the president, not too slow and not too fast either. So they've been training this pace for the past few days just to get it right.
Are we still on time for the flag past?
I think they're on their way.
They are going to nail it.
As I position myself, hoping
the right direction, huh?
Hoping to catch a glimpse, hoping
that way,
that the moment doesn't pass.
They come.
Did you see it?
And That is, of course, the military precision that we speak about. So the president now, again, led by the aides to come, and he will now be entering I wanted to say the National Assembly, but of course this is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament. And so we are scheduled to start at 7, but of course this is where our praise singer, our little Iwongi comes in.
Makes a way.
So we are very excited for her, young Ria Rien, and she of course will have the opportunity, and we had a lovely conversation with her earlier. I'm just trying to remember the language that she of course will be speaking in this evening, because, and this is her family, so I am our family.
This is our family. This is our family watching. But her family definitely is going to be watching as well. In order to try and catch a glimpse of her. And just a quick one, remember that procession, right? Is the presiding officers, the president, the sergeant at arms, and there's going to be the usher of the black rod, followed by the secretary to parliament. But all we are waiting for right now is Ria Rien.
And the language is Kuntali. That's the language. So I'm so excited, you know, because this is the beauty of South Africa and what we are about, you know, a nation of diverse peoples, and giving every one of those diversities an opportunity to showcase who they are on this big stage. So we're going inside because we cannot miss Ria Rien.
Ramaphosa ai going
Order, honorable members. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, we will try next time to add just 1 minute so that we can finish the prayers and meditation. Would like to thank our praise singer, and very importantly, that this year is the 30 years of our Constitution, and she gave the poem in Kuntile language, which recognizes the importance of the Khoi and the San members of our society. Honorable members, the leaders of our political parties who are here present with us in the gallery, our former heads of state, our former presiding officers who are here, our First Lady, the judiciary, the premiers of our provinces, the speakers, and all honored guests that have been invited by Parliament to grace this important occasion where we would be listening to the State of the Nation address. Would like also to acknowledge our members at home who are watching these proceedings online. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1, subsection A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honorable the President, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, to address the joint sitting. Honorable President. Honorable members, may we be seated to allow the President to address the nation. Honorable President.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Didiza, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni-Tsipane, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, former Chairperson of the NCOP, Dr. Naledi Pandor, Mayor of Cape Town, Alderman Jordan Hill-Lewis, he was nervous. He thought I wouldn't be able to pronounce his first name because it's wrongly spelled. Deputy Chief Justice Dunstan Mlambo, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Khosi Thabo Siyakhlulo, Isithwalandwe, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, President of Contralesa, Khoshi Mothupa Mokoena, members of Parliament, premiers of our provinces, fellow South Africans. 70 years ago, thousands of women of all races marched to the Union buildings, their hearts beating with a common purpose. Armed with extraordinary cunning and resolve, these women braved police checkpoints and harassment. In a voice loud and clear, they said, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security." We recall the powerful image of Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophie de Bruyn, and Rahima Musa, carrying armfuls of petitions to lay at the doorstep of a prime minister who did not dare to meet them. Every petition they handed over carried the weight of justice. Each of the 100,000 signatures they had collected expressed a desire for freedom and equality. For 30 minutes, the 20,000 women stood on the steps of the amphitheater of the Union buildings in silence, not singing, not moving, not speaking. The powerful imagery of these women standing in silence illustrated their resolve and their commitment to bring change about. Their silence reflected the deep emotional pain and frustration born out of systemic apartheid oppression. Their silence showcased the sorrow and the anger that these women felt in their fight for justice and equality. Their silence was long enough to be unsettling to the apartheid officials who were watching them. In that quiet moment, they showed the world that it is not the shouts of anger, but the stillness of determination that moves mountains. After the silence came the singing of the now eternally famous chant that has gone down in our struggle history, symbolizing the powerful role played by women in the struggle against apartheid. They chanted, "Wathinta bafazi, wathinta imbokodo." Translated, it means you strike a woman, you strike a rock. It is said that the women's chant rolled down the terraces of the Union buildings, turning the seat of state power into a stage of protest, where courage meets authority. This evening, we are honored to have amongst us Mam Sophie de Bruyn, one of the leaders that marched and a stalwart of our struggle for freedom. She and many other women who have made enormous sacrifices in our struggle for freedom remind us that women have always been at the forefront of change, ready to stand up, to be counted, to speak out, and never back down in the fight for justice. To mark this anniversary, I'd like to ask you to rise and give a standing ovation to the women of South Africa who marched on the Union buildings in 1956.
We may be seated.
Mam Sophie de Bruyn, I can see where you are seated. Please stand up so that we can see you. It was 50 years ago, in that same spirit of defiance and struggle, that young people in Soweto walked out of school and marched towards Orlando Stadium to oppose the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction and the hated system of Bantu education. Their courage in the face of a brutally oppressive regime reverberated around the world and brought renewed attention to our struggle. The determination and sacrifices of the youth of 1976 and the generations of young people that would follow continue to inspire us. We thank the young people of 1976. "30 years ago, in 1996, in this very precinct, in the Houses of Parliament, the Constitutional Assembly adopted the text on which our democratic nation is founded. Our Constitution reflects the spirit of those women who marched in 1956, and the young people of 1976, and the many South Africans from all walks of life who fought for our freedom. It is a constitution that reflects the aspirations of the people of South Africa for a nation that is united and at peace, a nation that has thrown off the shackles of oppression and a divided past. It is a constitution that calls on us not only to redress the injustices of the past, but to progressively realize the right of all South Africans to housing, to health, to food, to water, to social security, to education, and to a better and prosperous life for all. Today, we must realize these aspirations in a world that is rapidly changing, a world in which narrow self-interest has replaced the common good, a world in which trade is used as an instrument of cohesion, a world in which might is right and the powerful impose themselves on the weak. To navigate this new world, we must draw on our strength as a nation. Our strength comes from our values, as articulated in our Constitution. The values of dignity, of equality, of non-racialism, non-sexism, diversity, and of the inherent worth of every person. It comes from our people. Our strength comes from our people, from our tolerance, from our generosity, kindness, and solidarity. It comes from our steadfast commitment to upholding the rights and affirming the dignity of people in our society who face prejudice and discrimination, including persons with disabilities and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Our strength comes from our determination and resolve. It comes from our creativity and inspiration. As we navigate this new world, we must rely on that strength, the strength that comes from our natural endowments, from the minerals in our earth and the richness of our soil, from the beauty of our mountains and shores. Our strength comes from our institutions, which are robust, independent, and from the spirit of democracy and freedom that lives deep within all of us. Our strength and power comes from one another. It comes from what we can achieve when we work together. Our strength also comes from our respect for one another, even as we may differ on various issues. Our strength also comes from our sporting men and women who continue to lift the South African flag on the world stage and bring glory to our nation. Now, as we reflect on the state of our nation, we can say that we are stronger today than we were a year ago. Our economy is growing again, and this growth is gathering pace. While we have experienced 4 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, we know that it has to grow much higher and much faster to meet our social and economic challenges. We have achieved 2 consecutive primary budget surpluses. Our credit rating has improved. Interest rates are coming down, and inflation is at its lowest level in 20 years. We are on a clear path of stabilizing our national debt. The rand has strengthened against the dollar. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the largest stock exchange on the African continent, has performed exceptionally well over the past year. This growth reflects broader economic recovery, investor confidence, and increasing interest in South Africa's economy and equities. Our borrowing costs have been declining. Through Operation Vulindlela, we've made significant progress in accelerating economic reform and opening the way for investment competition. We have brought an end to load shedding and built a more dynamic and resilient energy system. We have made progress in improving the performance of our ports and freight rail lines, steadily increasing the volume of goods that we move in and out of our country. We have restored our passenger rail system. More and more commuters are now able to travel to work on newly locally made trains, significantly reducing their traveling costs. We are investing across our country in roads, in bridges, in rail lines, in ports, in dams, and in solar farms. We have created over 2.5 million opportunities through the presidential employment stimulus, mainly for young people and women. The expanded works program and community work program continue to offer job opportunities to many throughout the country. Last year, we saw the highest matric pass rate in our history, with more than two-thirds. Now, with more than two-thirds of all bachelor passes coming from schools in the most disadvantaged communities. Now, as the economy continues to grow, the rate of unemployment must come down. By expanding our social protection system through the SRD grant, we have reduced the number of people living in food poverty. We are strengthening our anti-corruption laws. Our country has been removed from the grey list of Financial Action Task Team. We continue to make the progress that was difficult to make in previous years. The work we have done to rebuild key institutions from state capture is showing results. The South African Revenue Service is once again a world-class tax authority. The investigating directorate continues with its work and is making progress in the prosecution of those who need to be prosecuted. Most importantly, our democratic system is maturing. Our democratic system is maturing and growing stronger. The government of national unity, you will love this, has shown that it is possible for South Africans to come together from across the political spectrum to work on a common agenda for growth and progress. Last year, we hosted the leaders of the world for a successful G20 summit, which showcased our country's strength on the global stage. Confidence is rising amongst investors, business people, and consumers. Now, these improvements are the result of a determined effort across government and across society. They show what is possible when we work in unity and we work with unity of purpose. Now we have a unique window of opportunity to translate these gains into sustained growth. Despite this progress, we must be honest about the challenges that we still face. Although we are moving forward, we must not claim any easy victories. We are still far from where we need to be. For too many people, life remains hard. Jobs are scarce and opportunity is out of reach. South Africans are worried about violent crime and corruption. They are concerned at the state of local government and its inability to deliver basic services in many parts of the country. Above all, they are desperate for work and for an income to support their families. We can only be strong when we are equal, when the progress we have made is shared by all South Africans. The Constitution calls on us to work towards a society in which every South African has a fair chance to make a better life for themselves, in which every child receives a decent education and an opportunity to work and to thrive, a society in which we reclaim our public spaces and meet one another in the streets as equals, in which the state works for the people and the corrupt face consequences. This State of the Nation address outlines the actions that we have taken since last year and the steps we will take this year to advance the strategic priorities of the Government of National Unity. And these priorities, to remind ourselves, are firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This evening, we outline the work we must do, work that we must do together to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. We outline the work we must do together to build a South Africa that is more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful, more united, and ultimately more equal. A stronger South Africa must be safe and secure. The cost of crime is measured in lives that are lost and futures that are cut short. It is felt also in the sense of fear that permeates our society and in the reluctance of businesses to invest. Children here in the Western Cape are caught in the crossfire of gang wars. People are chased out of their homes by illegal miners in Kagiso, in Gauteng, Bapoba Mogale as well. Women are murdered by their partners in their homes. Building sites are shut down by criminals. This must and will change. Organized crime is now the most immediate threat to our democracy, our society, and our economic development. Our primary focus this year is on stepping up the fight against organized crime and criminal syndicates. And we will do so using technology, intelligence, and integrated law enforcement. We will tackle organized crime by consolidating intelligence at national level, identifying priority syndicates, and deploying hand-picked multidisciplinary intervention teams focused on dismantling criminal networks. To strengthen our fight against gang violence, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police Now, thank you. As I said, I will be deploying the South African National Defence Force to support the police as we did to great effect with illegal mining. I have directed the Minister of Police and the SANDF to develop a technical plan on where our security forces should be deployed within the next few days in the Western Cape and in Gauteng to deal with gang violence and illegal mining. Now, as is required by the Constitution, I will inform the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces regarding the timing and place of the deployment of our soldiers and what it will cost. We have to act to rid our country of gang violence. At the same time, we are implementing an integrated strategy to address the root causes of crime through coordinated interventions across society, from street lighting to access to social services. We are going to tackle gun crime by streamlining legislation and regulations on licensing, possessing and trading in firearms and ammunition. We will increase enforcement of existing gun laws. We are putting more boots on the ground through the recruitment this year of 5,500 police officers, adding to the 20,000 new officers we announced previously in the State of the Nation address. We are also addressing the threat posed by the infiltration of illegal and counterfeit goods to South African jobs and industry. We are establishing a national illicit economy disruption program that brings together key state agencies and other stakeholders, including the private sector. Through the effective use of data analytics, AI, we will be targeting high-risk sectors like tobacco, fuel, alcohol, and other counterfeit products. The hearings of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry and the hearings that are going on in the ad hoc committee here have exposed rampant corruption in the SABC and some metro police departments through the abuse of power. We cannot tolerate this. The rule of law depends on a police service that is ethical, responsive, and rooted in the communities that it serves. The South African Police Service has established a task team to ensure that investigations arising from the Madlanga Commission are undertaken swiftly without interference. The State Security Agency will re-vet the senior management of the South African Police Service and Metro Police Departments. The vetting process will include lifestyle audits as well. As we have successfully done with previous commissions, we will use the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission to make far-reaching changes. We are determined that the Commission's findings and recommendations will lay the basis for a fundamental reform of our criminal justice system. We are confident that these efforts will succeed because the great majority of police officers are dedicated to upholding the law and diligently serving the people of South Africa. Now, drawing on the success of Operation Vulindlela in advancing economic reform, we will use a similar approach to establish a hard-hitting new criminal justice reform initiative. This will crack down on organized crime, on illicit firearms and trade, using a dedicated team to ensure that reforms are implemented across the system. We are further intensifying the fight against corruption by strengthening bodies such as the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Hawks. We will finalize government's approach to the recommendations of the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council on the establishment of a permanent, independent, overarching anti-corruption body. We cannot accept that those who speak out against corruption are victimized, targeted, and killed. The Whistleblower Protection Bill will be introduced in Parliament. Among other things, this will criminalize retaliation and provide psychosocial, legal, and financial support to whistleblowers. And there will be a special focus on restructuring our procurement system with a view to ending corruption. The Auditor General reports that the majority of incidents of corruption originate in the procurement system. We cannot allow this cancer to continue, and we must therefore act. Measures will be taken. Measures that we will take will include the use of technology and the finalization of the new Public Procurement Act regulations by mid-2026. We cannot fight organized criminals by treading softly. We must act with zero tolerance and bring the full force of the law to bear. And I'd like this message to be clear: there will be no impunity for acts of criminality and corruption. In addition to crime, water is now the single most important issue for many people in our country, from large cities like Johannesburg to smaller towns like Knysna and rural areas like Guyana. We have all seen the pain that our people have been expressing through demonstrations in various parts of Gauteng. Now, these protests have been fueled by the frustrations that our people are feeling over inadequate, unreliable access to basic services such as water. I have directed the Minister of Water and Sanitation and her deputy, as well as the Minister of Cooperative Governance, to attend to the water shortage problem and engage with our communities. Now, I can see you are excited. As we speak,
Order, honorable members. Can we please lessen our voices so that members can hear the message? Thank you.
As we speak, they are in Gauteng at the moment, engaging with our people, explaining to them precisely how government intends to immediately deal with the challenges that our people are experiencing. They have informed me that the pipes that had been damaged are being repaired and the reservoirs are filling up again. Now, this comes from poor planning, inadequate maintenance of water systems by many of our municipalities, and the main cause of the problems are now the reason why we are now having empty taps. There is no silver bullet to address this challenge, which has its roots in systemic failures and many years of neglecting infrastructure. To ensure water security is in the long term, we are building new dams, upgrading existing infrastructure. We have committed 156 billion rand in public funding for water and sanitation infrastructure over the next 3 years. The construction of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and other large-scale projects like the Ntabelanga Dam, part of the Umzimvubu Water Project in the Eastern Cape, is advancing. And we are in the final stages of establishing a national water resource infrastructure agency to effectively manage the country's water infrastructure and mobilize funding for infrastructure. However, the real challenge lies not in the availability of water, but in getting water to people's taps. The Water Services Amendment Act, or bill, will enable us to hold water service providers accountable for their performance, and if they don't perform, to be able to withdraw their licenses if they do not deliver. If a municipality is not willing or able to provide a service to its residents, then it must be done by another structure that can do so. Now, these reforms will address the root causes of the water crisis. In the short term, we need to address the immediate crisis where water outages are being experienced right now. 3 years ago, when we were experiencing daily power cuts, we established the National Energy Crisis Committee to enable a focused national response. We overcame what seemed like an insurmountable challenge by adopting a clear plan and delivering on it. Using the same approach, we will now elevate our response to water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which I will chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. The Deputy President has been working with a number of water authorities in the country, and we will coordinate all that to make sure that we address this problem. It will deploy technical experts and resources from national government to municipalities facing water challenges. It will ensure that action is taken swiftly and effectively to address the problem. To address the challenges effectively, we will not hesitate to use the powers that are enshrined in our Constitution and in the Water Services Act to intervene in municipalities where necessary. National government cannot stand by and believe that local government will be able to solve the problem which they are not able to solve. National government will therefore intervene. We will hold to account those who neglect their responsibility to supply water to our people. Government has already laid criminal charges against 56 municipalities that have failed to meet their obligations. We will now move to even lay charges against municipal managers for violating the National Water Act. The critical problem is that in many metros, in many of our cities and towns, water revenue is being used for other purposes, and very little is invested in upgrading and maintaining water infrastructure. To address this challenge, in line with the commitment that we made last year, we have introduced a new 54 billion rand incentive for metros to reform their water, sanitation, electricity services. This will ensure that the revenue from water usage is put straight back into fixing pipes, into fixing reservoirs, and into pumping stations. Water outages are a symptom of a local government system that is not working. A far-reaching overhaul is now underway to address the root causes of dysfunction in many of our municipalities. In many places, local government administrations are weak, don't have the capacity, and are also governed by patronage rather than by technical capacity and merit. In her most recent report on local government, the Auditor General said, local government is characterized by inefficient accountability, failing service delivery, poor financial management and governance, weak institutional capability, and widespread instability. She says that arresting the decline of local government will require our collective action. We are now taking collective action. Learning from our experience of the past 30 years, we will, in the coming months, finalize a revised white paper on local government. This will provide solutions for the functioning of an effective local government system. The white paper will reimagine the way that our local government should work. The current system is too complex and fragmented, expecting even small and weak municipalities to take on many responsibilities. We will propose fundamental changes that recognize the reality that some municipalities can take on more functions than others, and that we need a differentiated approach to municipal powers and responsibilities. We're also proposing a more structured cooperation between municipalities and traditional and Khoisan leadership institutions to enable community engagement and shared problem solving. We will ensure that senior officials in local government have the required qualifications and are appointed through an independent process free from political interference. Where municipalities fail, we will strengthen the ability of national government to intervene more quickly and to direct corrective measures in the interest of serving our people better. These changes may be difficult, but they must be done. While these fundamental reforms are underway, we will continue to implement targeted support to improve the delivery of basic services through the presidential working groups on eThekwini and Johannesburg. While we have made progress in stabilizing eThekwini, which has led to investor confidence returning, there is much more that needs to be done in Johannesburg to deal with collapsing infrastructure, financial mismanagement, and electricity and water interruptions. The same applies to a few other metros in our country as well. There are many committed people with skills and experience working in local government. It is our responsibility to remake, reorganize, and better resource municipalities so that they can continue doing their work. As a country, we're increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. And just a few weeks ago, catastrophic flooding in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, as well as parts of KZN, caused the loss of a number of lives and widespread destruction of homes, schools, clinics, and other infrastructure. I visited Guyane, and where there were 16 houses, nicely built houses, as we arrived, it was just an open field. The houses had been washed away. It was like there were no houses ever before. The foundations, the roofs, and all that had been washed away. The classification of floods as a national disaster has enabled national and provincial government to prioritize funding to address the most pressing needs of the people who are affected. A stronger South Africa depends on a growing economy. For more than 15 years, our economy has experienced low growth. All our actions are now driven by the need for rapid and inclusive economic growth to create more jobs and to create, for that matter, better quality jobs. To give effect to the medium-term development plan, Cabinet has approved a comprehensive implementation plan to drive growth and inclusion. Through this plan, we are working to revive growth by creating conditions for firms or companies to invest by maintaining a clear and stable macroeconomic framework, investing in infrastructure that works, creating a conducive regulatory framework that supports growth and enables competition, and a focused and forward-looking industrial policy. The foundations of this plan is investment, particularly in public infrastructure, as well as labor-intensive growth sectors that are capable of future growth. Now, these include the digital and green economy, where young people will find employment opportunities. Infrastructure is much more than an investment in brick, mortar, concrete, and steel. It is an investment in jobs, in productivity, in growth. For many years, fixed investment has been declining. We are now changing all that. Government has committed more than 1 trillion rand in public investment over 3 years to build and maintain infrastructure. This is the largest allocation of its kind in our country's history, and it will be transformative. It will create jobs. Through the Infrastructure Fund and the new regulations for public-private partnerships, we are using innovative funding models, reducing risk and attracting investors to fast-track projects in energy, in water, in transport, and in the digital infrastructure. We launched our first ever infrastructure bond to raise funding for the infrastructure drive that we have embarked upon, which was more than 2 times oversubscribed, showing that when we have put our resolve forward and have put forward innovative ways of raising money, those with money, the private sector, do respond. Disputes arising from implementation of tenders often delay the implementation of necessary infrastructure. We often find that when an infrastructure project is about to be embarked upon, competitors start taking each other to court, and waiting for the long court process always delays the start of those projects. To prevent undue delays in critical projects, we will establish specialized courts for commercial matters with dedicated judges and dedicated court roles to ensure faster outcomes in matters that have a bearing on the economy and development. This will speed up the development of our infrastructure. This year, we will begin the work to establish a professional state property company to transform the 88,000 buildings and 5 million hectares of land owned by the state into professionally managed engines of growth and development. I see you like this one very much. I will repeat it. Now, through Operation Vulindlela, we are working to transform the structure of our economy, to fix our infrastructure, and make our electricity, water, and logistics sectors more competitive and more efficient. Having put load shedding behind us, we must now transform our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. For decades, our economy grew on the back of cheap electricity. But then state capture, mismanagement, inadequate maintenance, and inflated mega projects drove up the cost of electricity to businesses and to ordinary citizens. Now, with the far-reaching changes that we are making to the sector, and with our abundant solar and wind resources, we will be able to drive down the cost of electricity. Regulatory changes have enabled a massive and growing pipeline of investment in renewable energy. By 2030, more than 40% of our energy supply will be coming from cheap, clean, renewable energy sources. We are now establishing a level playing field for competition so that we are never again exposed to the risk of relying on a single supplier to meet our energy needs. We are restructuring Eskom and establishing a fully independent state-owned transmission entity, as I have said before. This entity will have ownership and control of transmission assets and be responsible for operating the electricity market. Given the importance of this restructuring for the broader reform of the electricity sector, I have established a dedicated task team under the National Energy Crisis Committee to address the various issues relating to the restructuring process, including clear timeframes for its phased implementation. The Minister of Electricity and Energy, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of the Presidency, and other ministers will all work together to make sure that we come up with clear proposals and timelines and how this will be phased in terms of implementation. This task team will report to me within 3 months. In addition, we will this year commence the first round of independent transmission projects to enable private investment in expanding our national grid. There has been tremendous interest. There's been tremendous interest in investments in our transmission process. We will work in each province to address transformer overloading, illegal connections, and equipment failure with the objective of eradicating load reduction by next year. We are committed to the path that we have embarked upon to modernize our energy system. We have begun to turn around the performance of our rail system and ports so that our businesses can get their products to global markets. We have now enabled private rail operators to access our network on a concessionary basis, which will now allow different rail companies to compete to move volumes from road to rail. Later this year, we will initiate major public-private partnerships in our port terminals and rail corridors through a concession model that preserves public ownership by the state while mobilizing private investment and expertise. Last month, we concluded a partnership with an international port operator to manage the Durban Pier 2 container terminal, the largest in our country. Pier, you're right. This partnership, something good also comes from your side. This partnership will result in new investment in equipment and infrastructure at the port and will bring it back to world-class standards. We continue preparations for the introduction of high-speed rail in South Africa. I know you love this one. Now I've been saying that we would like this to cover initially routes such as Johannesburg and Musina and eThekwini to Johannesburg. Now, it often takes, high-speed trains are happening in many parts of the world. They have cut down the time of travel, and in my book, it should no longer take 5 to 6 hours to travel from eThekwini or Durban to Johannesburg, 4.5 hours from Johannesburg to Messina, when it can be done in a much shorter space of time. Our people want it, and progress is now being made. Nearly 30 companies indicated their willingness to participate in high-speed rail corridors when we put out the request for information last year. We are preparing to send out a request for proposals which will introduce a new era of long-distance rail travel in South Africa at a faster pace. We are determined to compete in a rapidly changing global economy. Our industrial policy focuses on areas where we have competitive advantage, where we can create jobs, and where we can drive up exports. Our trade policy is aimed at promoting sustainable development, growth, and strengthening our international partnerships. In a world where countries are looking to diversify their supply chains, we have an opportunity to ramp up our exports across the globe. We have a diverse economy, high-quality manufacturing facilities, and strong regulatory frameworks. We are strengthening our capacity for trade negotiations and expanding our missions abroad to drive economic diplomacy. Amid the turmoil in the global economy, we are supporting our established industries in the face of strong headwinds. We have moved to revive our ferrochrome industry and to protect jobs in our steel industry, in our automotive and other sectors which employ hundreds of thousands of South Africans in good quality jobs. Ministers are crunching the numbers on a daily basis, seeking to protect the jobs that could be lost through the decline of these industries that are now facing fierce competition. We are working with businesses and workers to close loopholes in our tariff structure and develop additional measures to protect and grow our manufacturing base. As we protect jobs in vulnerable industries, we remain focused on sectors that will drive future growth. We know that we can create millions of good quality jobs in sectors like agriculture, mining, and services industry, as well as in the green economy. These are areas where we can be more than competitive. We can be the best in the world. Our agricultural sector is expanding rapidly. Already we are the second largest exporter of citrus fruit in the world. We are opening new markets for our exports, from citrus to avocados to maize, livestock, grapes, and wine. Through the blended finance scheme, working with the Land Bank and the commercial banks, we have provided 7.8 billion rand in innovative funding for black producers. We will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers and to improve agricultural productivity. This will give rise to many opportunities for young people to be employed in the agricultural sector. I saw how this works extremely well in Ethiopia, in the agricultural sector, which was really the worst sector. They employed 40,000 or so extension officers who support farmers. And all of a sudden, agriculture has now become the best performing sector in their economy. While the rest of our agriculture is thriving, the cattle industry today is facing one of the worst outbreaks of foot and mouth disease our country has ever experienced. This disease is damaging our economy, resulting in export bans, trade restrictions, and the devastation of herds. We have decided to vaccinate the entire national herd of 14 million cattle. This requires 28 million vaccines over the next few months. The state will facilitate the acquisition of the vaccine centrally to ensure that we get the right vaccine for the particular strain of the virus in South Africa. Like during COVID, many people felt tempted that they wanted to acquire vaccines for themselves. But because we are a regulated economy and country, we wanted everything to be approved by our authority, SAPRA. Similarly, in this case, with cattle vaccines, SAPRA, our authority, will be the one single organization that will give approval. We will work closely with the private sector to enable an efficient rollout, and most importantly, we will ensure that commercial, private, and communal farmers have immediate access to vaccines. Now, I have established a task team made up of farming organizations, farmer organizations, and experts, working together with the Minister of Agriculture and his department that will report to me every month about the progress we are making in dealing with the pandemic. Now, why do we do this? We do this because we've got experts. We've got people with great knowledge. We need to mobilize them. We need to bring them to work with government because they have the know-how and the wisdom. We have classified foot and mouth disease as a national disaster and will be mobilizing all necessary capabilities within the state to deal with this crisis. Our services sector, from digital technology to financial services, is growing. Our financial institutions are some of the best in the world, and they have the ability to compete in Africa and across the globe. We are attracting major investment in digital infrastructure with 55 data centers already built and more than 50 billion of investment expected over the next few years. Tourism is a vital driver of economic growth. With every 13 international tourist arrival, they support one job. Our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors from overseas. We must now promote unique cultural, historical, and natural attractions of our country to reflect our country's identity. This can include traditional festivals, cultural areas in our country, local crafts, historical sites, and natural landscapes across the country in rural areas as well. As we strengthen our criminal justice system, we will make areas safer for tourists to visit. In the coming year, we will extend the electronic travel authorization system to all countries that require visas, enabling applications for tourists to be processed digitally within a 24-hour period. Now, the biggest opportunity of all lies in the green economy. We are pivoting our economy to be a leading supplier of products which the world will rely on in decades to come. We are expanding support for manufacturing of green products for global markets, from fertilizer to jet fuel, chemicals to steel. From March this year, we will introduce 150% tax deduction for investment in new energy vehicles, while supporting the local production of batteries as well. International pledges to the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan now stand at approximately 250 billion rand. This is financing large-scale investment in manufacturing, infrastructure, as well as skills. South Africa has become the world's largest reserve of critical minerals. Our ore reserves are valued at more than 40 trillion rand, making mining a sunrise industry. After many years of declining investment in exploration, we are dedicating funds towards geological mapping and exploration to harness our critical mineral reserves. Just this week, the Industrial Development Corporation announced more than 300 million rand in funding for the Frontier Rare Earths project in the Northern Cape. This has the potential to become one of the largest and lowest cost new producers of minerals that are needed for smartphones, lithium batteries, and other products. Confidence in the future of South African mining was very evident during the mining indaba this week here in Cape Town. New gold, copper, rare earths, platinum, and coal mines are being opened. And black people are players, serious players in this industry now of late. And we are happy about that. At the G20 Leaders Summit in November last year, the G20 countries supported our proposal to expand local beneficiation of critical minerals and the export of finished goods. Critical minerals beneficiation that should take place at the source of extraction, right where the minerals are found. Over the South African investment conferences, we were able to raise 1.5 trillion rand in investment commitments. To date, over 600 billion that was committed has flowed into projects. New factories, mines, and other facilities are being opened each year. We have now set ourselves a target of raising 2 trillion rand in new investments over the next 5 years. We therefore look forward to hosting the 6th South African Investment Conference on the 31st of March of 2026. To build a more inclusive economy, we are going to back those who create opportunity. If every small and medium business in South Africa could employ one additional person, we would create 3 million new jobs. But many of these businesses, a number of which are owned by women and young people, cannot get funding to start or to grow. Many struggle to find markets for their goods and services, and nearly all small and medium enterprises have to contend with a multitude of regulations, of bylaws, of licensing requirements, and bureaucratic hurdles. We take seriously the public comments on the draft business licensing bill and will ensure that the final bill makes it easier, not harder, to start and to run a small business in South Africa. We will do that. This year, we will provide more than 2.5 billion in funding to over 180,000 small and medium enterprises and extend a further 1 billion in guarantees. Naturally, we will seek to also focus on women and youth-led businesses to foster their empowerment. And we will amend the National Credit Act regulations to make it easier to access credit at a lower cost. The transformation of our economy is necessary to drive sustained growth, to reduce inequality, and correct the injustices of the past. We are undertaking a review to refine, realign, and strengthen our broad-based Black economic empowerment framework to ensure that it supports greater transformation and inclusive growth. Now, all these actions will create a stronger economy and fix the foundations that were broken. It is a matter of national concern that too many South Africans remain unemployed and too many young people struggle to find their first job. That is why we are rebuilding the economy. We are creating work and livelihood opportunities on a scale through public and social employment programs. In places like Standerton in Mpumalanga, the presidential employment stimulus is creating work that matters, turning dumping sites into parks and empty yards into community gardens. The SA Youth Platform has provided millions of young people with access to work and learning opportunities for the first time. The Youth Employment Service, a partnership between business and government, placed over 200,000 young people in year-long work experience opportunities. This year, we will introduce regulatory changes that will make it much easier for businesses to participate in the Youth Employment Service and create jobs for young people. In the coming year, we will expand our public employment programs, including the Community Works Program and the EPWP and the Presidential Employment Stimulus. We will ensure that they are better coordinated, provide income support, skills development, and pathways into longer-term work, particularly for young people and women. To ensure that no one is left behind, we are implementing decisions to increase employment equity targets for persons with disabilities in the public service to 7% by 2030, and to mandate a 7% preferential procurement target across all government and public entities. Above all, however, a strong economy relies on a well-educated, capable, and skilled population. Our focus now is on establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of a child's life. We are expanding access to early childhood development through the Bana Pele mass registration of ECD facilities and an increase in subsidies for ECD learners. By making grade R compulsory, we are getting all our children off to a good start. We are intensifying efforts to fix the basic education system with a focus on early learning, literacy, numeracy, and mother tongue-based bilingual education. Now, we must congratulate the matric class of 2025, which achieved an 88% pass rate. Now, this is the highest pass rate in our history, reflecting both commitment of the learners and the interventions we have made to improve learning, but we also congratulate them for the sacrifices they themselves have made to get where they are. As we welcome improvements in the also address the high dropout rate in the last few years of schooling. More learners must be able to write matric and take subjects like maths and science. That will enable them to progress further. To enable the youth today to transform our society and secure their future, we are preparing the ground for a skills revolution. We are undertaking a fundamental overhaul of the skills development system to implement a dual training model that integrates education with practical workplace experience. Now, this will enable young people, as they are trained for skills, to be almost certain that they will get jobs once their training has happened. We will reform and reduce the number of sector education training authorities, SETAs, to improve governance, strengthen industry participation, raise the quality of training, and better align skills development with the needs of the economy. Now, this includes improving the use of TVET colleges as the primary sites for occupational training and artisan development. To support effective workplace learning, we will increase the proportion of the skills development levy returned to employers, restoring it to its original level of 40%. We will also transform the National Skills Fund into a more agile, outcomes-driven instrument that supports unemployed young people to access workplace experience and employment, building on successful initiatives such as Job Boost. These reforms will ensure that various training programs that we have in government are a door to opportunity, not a dead end. To absorb the increasing number of young people passing matric, we will expand opportunities for young people to enter institutions of higher learning. I have directed the Ministers of Finance and Higher Education to work on a proposal for us to build more universities and TVET colleges for specialized areas of focus. An immediate problem is the great shortage of student accommodation at our institutions of learning. I have also directed the Minister of Higher Education to address this challenge, working together with financial institutions on innovative methods in which government can provide student accommodation. A stronger South Africa is built on strong communities, and strong communities look after their children. More than a quarter of children under 5 years are stunted, increasing their risk of disease and affecting their ability to learn and to grow. Now, this is devastating for children and their families and has an impact on our society as a whole. This year, we will embark on a mission to end child stunting and malnutrition by 2030 and tackle malnutrition amongst young children in line with the national strategy to accelerate action for children. We will focus on the crucial 1,000 days of a child's life, building on existing support such as the Child Support Grant. We will implement targeted interventions to ensure that pregnant women and low birth weight children get the protein and nutrients that they need. This is a massive crisis that demands attention and resources. Now, the medium-term budget statement that will be presented by the Minister later this year will set out a clear allocation for the actions that we need to take. A major contributor to child stunting is excessive alcohol consumption, which can affect a child's development during pregnancy. Alcohol abuse leads to violence, leads to road accidents and crime. Now, to address this scourge, we call on provincial governments to strengthen the regulation of alcohol by limiting the density of alcohol outlets, restricting trading hours, and ending the sale of alcohol in large containers. As national government, we propose measures to curb excessive alcohol use, including minimum unit pricing or higher excise duties and greater restrictions on alcohol advertising, which we are consulting with the stakeholders. Now, since it was introduced during COVID-19, the Social Relief of Distress Grant has kept millions of South Africans out of food poverty. As a transformative instrument to improve the lives of the poorest and the most vulnerable people, this grant will be continued into the future. This year, we will redesign the grant to more effectively support livelihoods, skills development, work opportunities, and productive activity. We know that most of the money provided through the social grants is spent on food and transport. In our cities and towns, most people live far away from workplaces and services. We are remaking our cities and reducing the cost of living for working families by expanding affordable housing and revitalizing commuter rail. We are introducing a new model for housing where people are given subsidies for ownership and rental in areas that are suitable for them. We are shifting from building houses for people to supporting them to build, to buy or to rent their own houses. Yesterday marked the 60th anniversary of the declaration of District 6 here in this city as a wide group area. A couple of 100 meters from here, where we are, more than 60,000 residents were forcibly removed and relocated to the Cape Flats. The destruction of District 6 is a painful reminder of our shared responsibility to redress the injustices of the past and to build vibrant and cohesive communities. The restitution claim lodged in 1998 affirmed the lawful right of former residents of District 6 and their descendants to come home. That return has required court supervision, detailed planning, and sustained public investment. Many homes have now been completed and handed over to verified claimants. With 500 million rand allocated to this work, we are proceeding with phase 4 of the construction. The restoration of District 6 is a goal we all seek and a responsibility that we must all shoulder. We are working to build a healthy nation. As part of preparation for the National Health Insurance, we are investing in health facilities, in personnel and systems to improve access to quality care. We will be undertaking substantial investment in health infrastructure, prioritizing the construction and revitalization of our academic hospitals. On a recent visit that I undertook, led by Minister Motsoaledi, to George Mkhari Hospital in Ga-Rankuwa, I witnessed the dire effects of inadequate health infrastructure. Starting with George Mkhari Hospital, we will be working with various public and private financing institutions to finance the building and revitalization of that hospital as well as other healthcare facilities. Now, as a nation, we are finally able to imagine a country without HIV/AIDS. In support of our program to prevent and ultimately to eliminate HIV, we will be undertaking a massive rollout of lenacapavir, a 6-monthly injection that has proven highly effective in preventing transmission of HIV. We are also working to end cervical cancer in our country by mobilizing society to ensure that every young girl between the ages of 9 and 15 receives HPV vaccine. Last year, we classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. Now, through this classification, we are able to better coordinate our response and direct efforts towards the most impactful interventions. Building on the National Strategic Plan, we will mobilize all sectors of society through communication and social mobilization to challenge harmful attitudes and practices. We will continue to promote women's economic empowerment through training, financial support, and preferential procurement. We will strengthen law enforcement through faster investigation, improved case management, expanded sexual offenses courts, and action against repeat offenders. We will scale up survivor center support, ensuring access to shelters, one-stop service centers, mobile and rural outreach, and the placement of social workers in our police stations. Illegal immigration continues to pose a risk to our security, our stability, and economic progress. We will address this problem while ensuring that the fundamental rights of every person in this country are upheld and protected. This year, we will take additional steps to secure our borders. Funding to strengthen border security will be prioritized, covering infrastructure, technology, and people. Now, key border posts will be redeveloped through public-private partnerships, and we will extend the electronic travel authorization to all international airports and the busiest land ports of entry. We are already using drones and technology to greater effect all along our borderline. The police, home affairs, and labor inspectors will work together to crack down on violations of existing immigration, labor, and other laws. Employers who hire foreign nationals without the required permits or visas will face the full might of the law. Now, to tighten enforcement, we will hire an additional 10,000 labor inspectors this year. As we undertake these interventions, we insist that the laws of our country must be observed by everyone. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. To build a stronger South Africa, we need an ethical and capable developmental state. A capable state needs committed and honest public servants with the right skills and a deep culture of service. Over the past year, we have passed significant new legislation to professionalize the public service. The Public Service Amendment Bill will protect key appointments from political interference and ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions on the basis of their suitability for the job. Lifestyle audits have been made mandatory for senior public servants, reaching 93% compliance across departments. We are establishing a central registry for disciplinary cases across all spheres of government. This will prevent people who are facing or have undergone discipline action from being employed elsewhere in the state. We are continuing to improve governance and performance of state-owned enterprises like Eskom, Transnet, Denel, Prasa, and others. This includes the implementation of clear standards of appointment to ensure that the leaders of these entities have the right qualifications and experience. We will continue to work in a phased manner towards a centralized model of managing our SOE portfolio so that we can set standards, improve governance, and ensure financial sustainability to deliver on their mandates. This includes finalizing the National State Enterprise Bill, which will be done in this Parliament. We will harness digital transformation as a driver of growth, of inclusion and effective service delivery. This year, Home Affairs will launch the Digital ID to enable safe and secure use of digital services for all South Africans. We will digitize driver's licenses, matric certificates, and services at the master's office. Citizens will be able to fill out police statements online and eligibility for SASSA grants online and be tested remotely. All these services will be made available by my Mzansi platform. Soon, every South African will be able to access many of the services they need without having to visit a government office or filling out manual forms. This year alone, hundreds more bank branches will now offer smart IDs and passport services, decreasing queues and waiting times. We will also work with civil society to ensure that citizens' protections and rights are safeguarded through this digital revolution. For South Africa to be strong, our continent, Africa, must be at peace and it must prosper. To advance the values of our Constitution, to promote our national interest, we seek a world that is sustainable, just, and inclusive. In an increasingly volatile world, South Africa holds firm to the principles that defined our G20 presidency and underpin our foreign policy, which is solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, through our position in the African Union and the Southern African Development Community, SADC, we are advancing regional integration, peace, and stability. We know that we are using our international relations to support domestic economic priorities, including manufacturing, value addition, and export growth. We are contributing to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to expand trade between African countries, to drive industrialization, and to create jobs. South African firms, our banks, our farmers, our manufacturers will be leading suppliers to an African market of 1.4 billion people whose working age population will double in the next 25 years. We are building mutually beneficial relations with all countries on terms of equality and respect. Now, in a world where powerful nations often assert their dominance and influence over less powerful nations, our country's commitment to sovereignty and self-determination is sacrosanct. It is not negotiable. And we will stand firm on our sovereignty and promote our national interests, our values, and the rights of our people. We are clear that we will continue to respect the rights and sovereignty of other nations, but we must be equally clear that we will not be bullied by any other country in the world. We will forge strong partnerships with like-minded countries to increase our shared resilience to global disruptions. Building on our presidency of the G20, which all attest to having been very successful, we continue to advance the priorities of the Global South. Now, these include inclusive growth, debt relief, climate action, reform of global governance institutions, and the beneficiation of critical minerals at source, as we said. Drawing on the work of the G20 Extraordinary Committee on Global Inequality, we are working with other international partners towards launching the International Panel on Inequality. This is an important pillar of the global effort to reduce inequality within and between nations. We continue to champion multilateralism and strengthen humanitarian diplomacy. South Africa remains clear and consistent, a consistent voice for international law, for justice, and for human rights. South Africa will continue to support conflict prevention and peacekeeping efforts of the United Nations, the African Union, and SADC. We are proud of the participation of South African soldiers in peacekeeping missions in many parts of our continent since the advent of democracy. We have requested the United Nations to allow us to withdraw our troops from the UN mission in the DRC, where they were serving under MONUSCO, with a view of consolidating our own defense force and strengthening it. We cannot consider ourselves free as long as the people of Palestine, of Cuba, of Sudan, and Western Sahara, and elsewhere suffer occupation, oppression, and war. So, fellow South Africans, our nation has reached what many people are saying is a turning point. We are leaving behind an era of decline and turning towards an era of prosperity and growth. We have done much to overcome the effects of state capture, COVID-19, and the public unrest of 2021, and the devastating floods of the following year. We are turning towards hope, towards the reality of a better future for all. The progress we have made over the last 5 years does give us hope and encouragement. It shows what we can achieve when we work together. Now is not the time to rest. Now is the time for all South Africans to be part of taking our country forward. Last year, we embarked on a new chapter in our democracy, launching a national dialogue at a convention that brought together South Africans from across the country, representing all sections of society. Now, this year, this national dialogue process will spread across South Africa, reaching every community, every school, every university, every college, and every part of our society. Under the guidance of the Eminent Persons Group, consisting of prominent, respected South Africans, and led by an inclusive steering committee, these public dialogues will give the citizens of our country the opportunity to raise their concerns, their aspirations, and plans for the future. These public dialogues will culminate in a national convention where all these conversations will be brought together to outline the actions that we must take to build a better South Africa. These conversations will guide the formulation of an overarching national compact and the next phase of the National Development Plan by 2030. In building this national consensus, we must draw not only on the shared values of our Constitution, but on the unifying power of sport and the rich diversity of our culture. As we celebrate those who have reached heights of global achievement amongst us, we must appreciate how sport and cultural activities have helped to build a cohesive society. Harnessing the spirit of the women of 1956, the youth of 1976, and the people of South Africa in 1996 when they drafted the Constitution. The year 2026 must be a year of transformative change. This must be the year that we make South Africa stronger, not weaker. We must fix what we must fix. Local government. We must fight crime and corruption and restore trust in the criminal justice system. We must create jobs and livelihoods for every South African. And we must build a state that works for all the people of South Africa. Above all, we must ensure that this rising tide lifts every South African. As the economy grows, it should bring into its fold those who have lived on the margins. This is the time for all South Africans to rise, and we must rise together. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up the State of the Nation address by President Cyril Ramaphosa, State of the Nation 2026. A number of key points come out from that, but one would say quite a number of things we've heard before. So there is, of course, the big water issue, and we do understand that now the president is going to be chairing the Water Crisis Committee. So let's take you back into the into the Parliament.
Delivered State of the Nation address. After I have adjourned this joint sitting, members are requested to rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left. The ushers will then indicate when doors are open. The procession led by the usher of the Black Rod
and these are the final moments before the House is dismissed. Remember, this is a joint sitting of the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly. You can see on the side of your screens there, we do have families that have been watching the State of the Nation address with real-time reaction. This is one family that is in Westbury, and this is in Johannesburg, and they have been listening intently to the president, and one, is really wondering what are they thinking, particularly when the president is speaking about the issues of chairing the Water Crisis Committee and saying that the issue of water is going to be receiving some serious attention as far as, the work of government is concerned, because we have had a number of places that have not had water. I'm still with Mzwa in studio. We'll take you through some of the key points in just a moment, but there's a lot of reaction that's lined out outside. So let me start with Samgele Masego. Sam?
With Nomvula Mukwanyane, the first Deputy General Secretary of the ANC, Mukwanyane, just the importance of the President's speech, very economical, speaking on the basics of the economics of building the country on infrastructure.
Speaking on the actuals and the realities of the people of South Africa, the repositioning of the South African government in responding to the issues and being ahead with regard to finding solutions on issues that have to do with fixing our economy, providing interventions on the area of local government, dealing with peace and stability and the reinforcement of the South African police services through the National Defence Force, ensuring that, amongst other things, we mobilize the private sector to make sure that things in this country change for the better, as they have actually been presented based on his reflections around the SONA of 2025.
In short, the military being brought in Kagiso and in parts of Western Cape to deal with gang violence?
We have to reinforce with those that are capable, so that then they can be a multiplier force, and most importantly, that they must not be tolerant of anything that happens, whether it's conspiratorial with those that are in the sector of mining, those are feeding the gangsters, and finally ensuring that we rid South Africa of this scourge of violence and crime that has made our streets and our homes not safe, because they even hijacked homes. They raped children in the mine dumps. They took over possessions of individuals. What is of importance, we're now dealing with any form of illegality, foreigners as well as illegal mining.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress. Bulelani, off to you with John Steenhuisen, the leader of the DA.
Thank you so much, Samgele. Of course, DA leader and Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen will now join me to unpack the President's speech, starting in his capacity as the Minister of Agriculture. The rollout of the millions of vaccine shots for the herds of animals. How does that process going to be unfolding, and for how long is it going to take?
So we're procuring now millions of vaccines. We've got 3 different suppliers internationally that are shipping vaccines. The first one of 1 million is going to arrive in the next 5 to 7 days, and then we'll roll that out. But it will obviously be a process that involves the private veterinarians, animal health technicians. We don't have the capacity at state level to roll it out ourselves, and so it's going to be a big public-private partnership out there. We will procure the vaccines. We'll make sure the vaccines get to where they need to be based on the scientific heat map that our task team has developed, and we are going to vaccinate at scale. The goal is, by the end of this year, to have vaccinated 80% of the targeted herds and to reduce the incidence of foot and mouth disease by 70%. We're confident now that we have the vaccines, excellent vaccines from Argentina, from Turkey, from Botswana, but also our own locally produced vaccines that for the first time are going to be rolled out in the field.
John, I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I'm going to cross over to my colleagues in the precinct. Sakina is standing by with EFF leader Julius Malema.
Thank you, Bulelani, and of course, leader of the EFF, Julius Malema here. Mr. Malema, let's start with the good. What did you appreciate in that speech?
Well, I appreciated the intervention by the army in the areas where gangsterism has taken over the streets of our townships. And that is a confirmation that the South African police services have dismally failed. The president is just scared to say they've lost confidence in the South African police services, hence the army. And we are happy that the army is coming. We are going to restore law and order. The rest of the things that he's talking about, he has been saying those things. Today, the difference is that he's saying them with energy. Why does he talk about trillions in water? He spoke about billions in water. Billions have been thrown into the Guyana project. There is still no water. So to utter trillions, billions from a speech doesn't translate into our people having water. And this thing of task teams, task team after task team, is a person who's failing to execute their own responsibility and they shift it to other people. So it's a confirmation that he doesn't have the necessary capacity in the GNU to deal with issues that he wants to deal with. So we are here again listening to a man who is using a government platform during an election year to launch a campaign, to campaign for his political party. That's what we've been subjected to here. Most of the things you have been listening to, we heard about them. We were supposed to be told today, how far is the University of Ekurhuleni? He said he's going to establish the University of Ekurhuleni and things like that. How many jobs have we created and where are those jobs? So that people can independently go and verify those things that he's talking about. This infrastructural development project is talking about, where are they? The unemployment in South Africa is very high. Amongst young people, it's sitting at 40%, and he can't be proud that he's going to give them some money because he gave them money during COVID.
Mr. Malema, you're live on News Africa Channel 405. What do you make of that comment and the undertaking that the SSA will be re-vetting members of the SAPS as well as those of the Metro Police Departments? This has been a point of contention given the fact that you also sit on the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee.
Well, that is a confirmation of the evidence that we're able to lead in the Ad Hoc Committee and in the Madlanga Commission, that it looks like majority of police are corrupt. And that's why they need the necessary vetting from an independent structure which is not conflicted. If one day you have an opportunity to ask Castle Matale a question, I told him when he became a minister, Deputy Minister of Police, and I said, you must never receive a gift from any of the police generals, because once you do that, they've captured you and they're going to get you into their criminal activities. Today, the president is confirming that the Ad Hoc Committee and the Madlanga Commission have revealed the serious rot which requires the state security to come and vet the SAPS and metros, in particular Ekurhuleni. You can see that Julius, that is a criminal, is a liar. They've been making that municipality a spaza shop. That's why when you interview him, you must put a 5 liter of water next to him because he will be sweating from lying.
And that, of course, leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, and me hand it over to Samkele Maseko. Sam?
Well, Sakina, we are with Mkhuleko Hlengwa from the IFP spokesperson. Mr. Hlengwa, just the importance of the State of the Nation address. What are the good points that you took as the IFP and what are the bad points that are there?
Well, I think that the president gave a very balanced account of where the country is, and I think it's a very huge acknowledgement for him to say that the country under the GNU government in a year has been able to be in a better position than what it was. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, but it has been important to arrest the decline of the country to ensure that the economy is stabilized. And now the outlook should really be about job creation, as he has said extensively. It is important for us that he has spoken about the issues of illegal immigration, which continues to be a very adverse burden on the economy, on opportunities for South Africans, and therefore the work that needs to be done there is critical. Secondly, crime remains of fundamental concern, and the fact that the SANDF is going to be deployed to give support to the SAPS is a welcome move, because we fully recognize the challenges that are within communities. What is, of course, an admission there is that there is a serious collapse within the SAPS, and the president is now finding himself having to put in place quite a number of interventions before fighting crime to first clean up the SAPS itself so that it is actually fit for purpose. The interventions around water are of critical importance, because the challenges which are being witnessed currently by City of Johannesburg specifically, but South Africa more generally, indicate that we are at crisis point, and the deployment of Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa is a welcome move, understanding his skills and expertise at problem solving, and we fundamentally believe that declaring this as a national state of disaster should be followed speedily with resources, skills and expertise to be plugged in within the ecosystem of government to make sure that we are able to restore good governance. But it's all about fixing local government, and that will be a focal point for us this year in 2026 as we try and turn things around.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hlengwa. Over to you, Bulelani.
Thank you once again, Samgele. Of course, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, leader of the ACDP, now joins me for more reaction. It's taken the Madlanga Commission to have the president announce that organized crime will be a priority for government. Do you see this as a step in the right direction, or is just a lip service to hide what we've been hearing from the commission?
Well, I think the man or the president must be given the benefit of the doubt, and as a result, I believe he wants to do it. That whatever has come out of the Madlanga Commission, the people who have been accused of wrongdoing, they will have the law dealing against them, which the ACDP welcomes. Okay, ACDP welcomes that. But now, one of the things that the president should have done, I think that caused that, if you remember, that the members on that section, on his left, were chanting pala, 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 pala. Now, he said, when they deal with crime, that the confidence of the people in the judicial system is going to be restored. But it will not be restored for as long as the pala pala shadow is hanging over him. All right? So something has to be done to prove to the public that we are all equal before the law. So once he does that, I believe the confidence of the people in the justice system is going to be restored. But I must give him credit. He said a number of positive things that were encouraging. I mean, the fact that he also raised the issue of building more TVET colleges and universities because he wants people to be skilled is something that is commendable, and we want to commend him for that. And also the fact that he has agreed finally, something that he didn't want to do, of the SNDF connecting or assisting the police to fight the gang violence in the Western Cape in particular. I think that is a very good step in the right direction, and the ACDP welcomes this.
All right, thank you so much, Reverend Kenneth Meshwe, leader of the ACDP. For more reaction, we cross over to you, Sakina.
Thanks so much, Bulelani. And with me, of course, the president of SALGA, President Bheki Sofile. And Mr. Sofile, as far as the speech goes tonight, a lot of talk about the professionalization of the public service. This is something that SALGA has been calling for as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Sikine. Greetings to you and to your listeners back at home. We are happy that at long last, after 30 years since SALGA's formation, encouraging government that we need to professionalize government as a whole, but of course local government, because through professionals that we recruit in the system, we then have a guarantor of a possible quality service to our people. And that professionalization to us, we are also asking that they must then help the local government, for instance, if I can talk about local government, and try to deal with some issues that make local government not to be possible to attract suitable, qualified individuals that can contribute towards professionalization.
And of course, just a quick one on the reform of perhaps the funding of local government.
Yes, look, it's a very good thing. The only thing that we are a little bit worried about is that if you then do all these reforms with a current allocation of 9.5%, we are worsening off the local government because it's against the constitutional spirit that the reforms in terms of electricity, water, as a part of the attraction of revenue into municipality is a little bit putting a little bit of challenge. What we are also, though, a little bit comfortable is the willingness to enter into engagement and mobilizing people, generally business and everybody, to play part into that.
Mr. Sofile, thanks so much. The president of the South African Local Government Association, and as you heard there in the President's State of the Nation address, many of the problems attributed down to a lack of service delivery at local government level. Sam, who do you have?
Indeed, Sakina, the issues of local government are very close to the heart of Ethel Trollip of Action SA, former mayor of Gqeberha. Mr. Trollip, just the essence of the president's speech, particularly on the issues of protection of witnesses within the country. I heard you speaking to your colleague about it now.
Samkelo, thanks very much. I have to admit it's a better speech than I expected. There were less fairy tales this time around. Covered a lot of issues. I think he was very candid about the state of local government and how broken it is and how systematically it's been broken over the last 30 years, but he accepted no responsibility for that. It's his government that has broken local government, and also water infrastructure. He spoke at length about that and that there's going to be a special focus on water infrastructure. I think they've realized it's too late. That the Vaal River system's full of water, dams are overflowing, but there's no water in the taps. So there's a crisis there. But the thing that I took away here is that as a small political party, a new political party, you can influence government. You know, we've been talking about illicit trade, extra funding for SARS, whistleblower protection, anti-corruption legislation. It's all in the record. It's all in the pipeline of private members' legislation. I called for a national declaration of disaster for foot and mouth disease, and I've been on the road every day highlighting the impact of this disease. He's declared a national disaster. So I feel vindicated. I think if this is how a democracy works, and if you're a competent, capable, hard-working opposition, there's a dearth of opposition in our parliament, and our 6 members have shown that we can influence policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ethel Trollip. Over to you, Bulelani, with who you have.
Thank you, Samkele. Let's take this conversation now to Dr. Mmusi Maimane, leader of BOSA. Mr. Maimane, firstly, the President's assessment of the economy, do you think it's an accurate reflection of our performance?
Look, first and foremost, there have been good things that have happened in the economy. You know, getting off grey listing was important. We have a meager growth of 1.2% projected in the next while, so quarter to quarter. Our problem with our economy is that it is incapable of creating the requisite jobs. It isn't growing at a rate fast enough to keep up with population growth. And the reasons for that are inherently because South Africa is not safe. So people don't throw investment in countries that are not safe. Secondly, as we have experienced this FMD issue, it's going to impact our agricultural outputs, but our skills base is low. So I agree with the President that we must increase our skills base, but I want to challenge the President, increase the 30% so that we can have a higher output of young people who are going into the job market. And then lastly, I think we need to enhance better at holding politicians accountable. You can't have a Madlanga commission, etc., in a corrupt culture, yet it's only the officials who are the problem, not the politicians. So if the President wants to change the system, I would urge him that he mustn't just deliver an election speech. He must put deliberate action. All of these task force reports must be tabled in Parliament monthly so that the people are able to see for themselves what the progress is.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mmusi Maimane, leader of BOSA. Let's take it over to Sakina, right on the other side.
Thanks, Bulelani. I'm joined by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, telling Mr. Tlengwa to be quiet on the other side. But Minister, thanks so much for stopping by. So this year marks the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of South Africa. Let's start there in terms of the significance of this milestone.
Definitely, we're looking forward to celebrating, but we're not looking at celebrating only this year. We believe it's a year for reflection. It's a year of taking stock of how this Constitution has helped us shape the society we have today, reflect on the weaknesses, and also look at what is it that we can do going forward. So as the department, we will be outlining a year-long program that will be culminating in the whole society, bringing various stakeholders to celebrate this milestone, and also being able to teach even our children what this constitution is about, their rights and responsibilities. So we do believe that it's a milestone that is worth celebrating, because we have this democracy today, we have this country. It is pillared under this constitution. It is the foundation that gives us many rights that we have, that guarantees our lives in the manner that they are today. And that's why it's important to look at this milestone and celebrate it.
The president spoke about deploying some of our defense forces to areas in the Western Cape and Gauteng that are gang-ridden. And that, of course, would mean, I would imagine, some arrests and therefore people appearing before the courts, which is your jurisdiction. And speaking to that, are you sufficiently capacitated? Will you be able to deal with what could potentially come?
Look, this plan is worked through the JCPS. Would have noted that during the week, as co-chairperson, I led an outreach in the Western Cape, where communities were saying that their streets, their communities have been taken over by criminals, by gangsters. And this announcement today reaffirms the importance of the country, our government, making sure that South Africans are safe, but ensuring that the country, it doesn't become a lawless society. So we are working in an integrated manner. One is to ensure that the law enforcement agencies work together, both in terms of police, soldiers, and NPA, because those arrests are going to have to be successfully prosecuted. That's why we believe in prosecution-led prosecution-led investigations, so that they are proper, tight, and can go in. But another element that we're looking at is asset forfeiture, because many of these criminals, even those who actually go to court for corruption, they steal from the state and fight us with the same money. Criminals who are organized crime gangsters sell drugs, utilize the money they've gotten wrongly to come and fight the state. So we are saying, let's freeze their assets so that they have no power to fight us as the state, but face the mighty law of the state. So the courts as well will have to be ready. We are working around, we have done assessment, incapacitation of what needs to be done, and we have heard the president even talking about some of the interventions we'll have to make. So we will be engaging the judiciary to look at capacitation in terms of, they've raised it with me, that the number of judges are short. We've been able to appoint several magistrates, more than 200 now, that we have been appointing across the country. So we do believe that that is part of building capacity to be able to respond to the call.
Minister Mameluku Kubai, thanks so much. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. Sam, it's over to you.
Indeed, Sakina, we are with the official opposition, the MK party, with its former Chief Whip, Mzwanele. Are you still the Chief Whip?
No. Yeah.
Just the response of the MK party on the speech of the President Ramaphosa on State of the Nation address, largely focused on the economics of the country, the economy and jobs and issues of local government.
Yeah, no, this was a waste of 7 million rand. He could have just sat in his office and did like he did in COVID times. There was really no point in us coming here to hear more of the same. Last year he promised an economic growth of 3%, and what did we have? We didn't even get to 1%. Promised jobs and everything, absolutely nothing happened. The unemployment has risen, poverty has risen, and now what we have is corruption-inspired water crisis. This water crisis that we have is man-made. It's because of corruption and lack of governance, lack of maintaining proper infrastructure. That's what you always get. And then it goes around and tells us about the investment summits, where actually companies come and they pull wool over his eyes, and they tell him that all the capexes that they would have otherwise have planned for the next 5 years, they present them as if it's some pledges, and then he thinks people are excited when people are just running their businesses. So indeed, we think it was a real complete waste of time, and I'm not surprised President Zuma decided not to come here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mzwanele. Before I go over to Bulelani, just take Songezo Zibi of Rise of Zanzi. Mr. Zibi, just the importance of that speech, particularly on the economics. You are very tough and a very interested individual when it comes to the economics of the country.
I think one of the most important things is the fact that debt service costs are coming down. South Africa has been paying 1.4 billion rand a day on interest on the debt that we're servicing. The finance minister has been talking about fiscal consolidation for a long time. I think we are likely to see debt service costs dropping from 424 billion per year to under 400 billion this year. That's a very good achievement. The rand is strengthening against the dollar, which is important because it affects the fuel price and other imports and so on. So we must not underestimate those achievements. But what's important is that the money that is saved from there goes to things that matter. There are kids who are protesting in this direction. They don't have university accommodation. I heard the president talk about new universities. Yes, we need them, but actually we need to capacitate universities like Forte, universities like University of Limpopo and so on, so that kids don't have to go and study thousands or hundreds of kilometers away from home. So there's work to be done. And the last thing I want to say, Samkele, a speech is always nice. Let's check the budget to see what is going to get paid for. So I reserve my judgment until I see what the finance minister is actually going to finance. Otherwise, it's a nice speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Songezo Zibo of Rise Mzansi. We'll come back with the ANC's Treasurer General. Over to you, Bulelani.
Thank you, Samkele. Once again, joining me now is UDM leader General Bandu Olomisa, who also is the Defense Deputy Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for being patient. Firstly, the rollout of these soldiers or defense force to these gang-ravaged areas, how do you plan to actually implement it?
In actual fact, we must say thank you to the government of national unity by prioritizing the issue of security of this country. And I'm also happy that the president's plan was discussed thoroughly towards end of last year and this year in our Lekhutra. The onus now is on the ministries, different departments, to go and sit down and start implementing that plan. As for the soldiers, the Department of Defense is already planning to roll out the soldiers to do their work as per the instruction by the president. What we are expecting to do now is to get a word from Parliament to say, go, move in. Then we move in. Within 2 weeks, I'm sure we will be deploying troops, working with the police and making sure that the orders of the president are carried out. But I need to ask the people of South Africa that we are going to require cooperation from them. No one should point a gun to our soldiers because we will be there doing a job. And if you shoot a soldier, then you are going to put us in trouble.
Just lastly, the issue of the porous borders remains a concern. As the Defence Force, are you strengthening that kind of process?
Yes, we are ready to assist the other departments in that regard. However, we must make sure that we have right equipment and also make sure that we have support when we deploy our troops in the borders. They are already there, but there are challenges of funding. But I'm sure out of this instruction by the president, no clerk or an official in the Department of Treasury will be telling us a sort of all stories. We have to make sure that the security of South Africa is restored with immediate effect and deal with this lawlessness which we have experienced for the last couple of years.
Thank you so much, General Bandu Olomisa, the leader of the UDM, as well as the Deputy Defense Minister. For more reaction, we go back to Sakina.
Bulelani, I'm joined now by the Commissioner, Dr. Mike Masiapato of the Border Management Authority. Commissioner Masiapato, it was quite interesting listening to the President relay some of your successes and, of course, what this means for you going forward.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Sakina. Yes, indeed, as the Border Management Authority, we are very much excited that ultimately the President had emphasized, the criticality of border management, but also the work that we have been doing in terms of dealing with issues of illegal migration migration, but also more critically the work that we've been doing in terms of dealing with issues of the illicit movement of goods into the Republic, the interceptions that we've been making, and on that basis we are very much excited that in the upcoming financial year it looks like things are going to be a bit very much bright for the Border Management Authority in terms of enhancing the work that we do.
When you say it looks like it's going to be bright, what does that mean? Because we've got a budget speech coming up next week. Do you know something we don't?
No, I'm just saying that, based on what the President articulates in this kind of conversations, mainly it gets translated into that. And we are very much hopeful that in the coming financial year, 2026, 2027, there's probably going to be something for the Border Management Authority on the basis of what the President had said. But for us, we are very much ready. We got the marching orders from the President in terms of the work that we need to do, in terms of consolidating the border management work. And on that basis, we will definitely make sure that we do not disappoint.
Dr. Mike Masiapato there speaking to us about the Border Management Authority and what the President, of course, had to say about some of the work that they are doing and, of course, where that is headed with regard to some of the reforms that are afoot. Right, Samkela, where are you?
I'm with the Treasurer General of the African National Congress, Dr. Gwen Ramaphosa. Dr. Ramaphosa, just the importance of the speech, very economical. What's your view, your perspective? He seemed very bold in this particular speech.
I am very inspired by the President's speech. Actually, I was saying to someone that this is a speech that will leave a legacy for the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa. I think over the years he has worked hard to turn around the decay that he inherited, destabilized by the COVID pandemic and global problems, but he has stood firm to say that South Africa shall and will be better under my leadership. And yes, we appreciate that it is a GNU that he is leading. And most of the policies is what the GNU has inherited. And we are happy that we can say they are what we call green shoots of economic recovery. The President talked about the elimination of load shedding. He talked about also Transnet coming back to life, especially with the public-private partnerships where the state retains the assets, but private sector also invests in opening up the economy and making the economy move fast. He talked about this era as an era of also new interventions, like what? For instance, like the greater intervention in local government. We can't only point a finger to local government when things are not working. The Constitution implores all the three spheres to go and assist. You know that I was an advisor on the district development model, and it is possible. There's a success in eThekwini, and also in preparation of G20, government came in as well. So it will be possible to deal with water shortages, with electricity, especially load reduction, and the focus on the youth was also a key area of a new way of strengthening the CETAs and also making the TVET colleges part and parcel of closing the gap between learning institutions and the world of work.
Thank you very much, TG. I am now going to close off this evening that we have been doing with the Deputy Minister of Labour. Just one question to you, Mr. Thomas Bia, the importance of labour and making sure that there are documented migrants who are in the country working in the factories.
The President has made a groundbreaking statement today, saying that he's going to give the department 10,000 inspectors. It's for the first time since 1994 it happens. Currently, as the department was sitting at 2,300 labor inspectors, and the President is giving us another 10,000, meaning we're going to reach quite a number of companies, but that is going to help us even to identify all those companies where there are illegal foreign immigrants that are not documented. And also he said those employers who continue deliberately to employ illegal foreign immigrants, we are going to be on top of them, we are going to be harsh on them, we are going to deal with them. So it was very great that the President has given us so much resources. We are going to be out there and deal with all that has been happening, where people have been complaining and crying, saying the department is not able to reach as far as possible. Now we are going to be there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jomo Osbia. That is it for us at the State of the Nation Address 2026. A very bold statement, Sakina and Bulelane, from President Ramaphosa. particularly on the economic front, and reading the mood of the country on the water crisis in Johannesburg. About a week ago, my daughter asked me, "Daddy, can I flush the toilet?" Sadly, there was no water. Sakina and Bulelani.
Hold on, Bongi. Minister Gayton McKenzie just stepped in. Minister McKenzie, good evening. So talk to us, your best takeaway from tonight's State of the Nation.
The State of the Nation was the best that President Ramaphosa has ever given. He spoke about all the issues. The President has delivered the best State of the Nation. GNU partners that are complaining about the President's speech, they are being very dishonest because the President was consulting with us. The President is very consultative. He spoke for me. What impressed me the most was the army being unleashed for the gang problem in Cape Town. He spoke about illegal foreigners. He spoke about businesses that hires illegal foreigners. He spoke about the fact that about District 6. For me, the President has truly, we have turned the corner as the GNU. We are not where we want to be, but we are not where we used to be, but we are turning the corner. GNU, yasebenza.
So who's unhappy in the GNU?
No, I hear some people say in the GNU, the President should have said this, but we were consulted.
Who's some people?
Freedom from Plus, I saw they had some issues they were not happy about, but the President gave us ample time yesterday at 6 p.m. to say, how do you see the speech? We gave our inputs. And as you can hear, my input was there. Mabahambe, you could hear, was there. The Cape Flats thing was there. So what I'm saying, anybody that says the GNU is not working, Sakina, I can show you 4 things that the GNU is working. 1, the rand is very strong. 2, we've got low record of inflation, levels of inflation. 3, we've got close to 11 million tourists coming into our country. There's no more load shedding. We've had the best matric pass rate. President Ramaphosa is doing a brilliant job.
South Africans are saying all good and well, but we can't eat that. What do you say to them?
What I'm saying to them is he had a frank acknowledgement today, which is very rare in a leader, where he said, our people are still hungry. Our people are still victims of crime. We are saying we just need a little bit more time. We will sort out the problems of South Africa.
All right. Minister McKenzie, thank you so much. You know, we were basically shutting down and there you came and of course it was important to speak to you.
Your outfit. But they seem to get a lot of money, the SABC, for this expensive outfit.
Not enough. We need more. We need more. Did you speak about the funding of the SABC?
No, the funding of the SABC, I can promise you, the GNU is very serious with that.
Q, Minister Nchabeni, the SABC and the funding model of the SABC, which is of course a very serious matter given the public service mandate of the SABC.
No, the Minister of Finance will announce interventions that are being made to support the SABC, but the SABC needs to start to build its own financial viability models, and that is important. You'll recall the time I was minister there, we always fought with the board about that the financial viability model is not a proper model for the SABC. So it's important that the Parliament finalizes the SABC bill so that the SABC can be able to move on and deliver on that. But also SABC needs to be able to move out of the analog signals and go to digital signals. It will also significantly reduce its own costs.
Indeed it will, but of course it all costs money. And if you look at the state that the SABC is in, you know we are in desperate need of the money to move all of these things forward.
Let's wait for the Minister of Finance on the 25th of February.
So we're getting money.
Minister of Finance is
getting money.
Minister of Finance is the only
one. Are we getting money?
Asakin, I want to talk about the State of the Nation.
Okay. Let's hear what stood out for you.
For the State of the except that I've got more work to do. What is important for us is the interventions that the President have made in critical issues that affect South Africans and affect our country. On the economic front, the measures that are being done to grow the economy and create jobs, including the support to small businesses, that is critical because they are at the coalface of
delivering jobs, and also the firm intervention to address the water challenge confronting the country, so that we can then resolve it finally through the measures that we are experienced in handling with those issues. Also the progress that we are making in the logistics sectors to make sure that we are ready to export, but also a clear industrial policy and plan that we are going to manufacture here in the country. We are going to support more mining, exploration to enable mining to play a critical role in the green economy, because now mining is no longer a dirty economy, it's part of the green economy, it produces that, and we have the abundance of resources to do that. That's important, but also the interventions to support the skills of the country, that is important. And foremost to South Africans' mind, the interventions that he has announced to deal with crime, organized crime in particular, but also to make sure that the criminal justice system can function in a manner that delivers a safe and crime-free South Africa.
Minister Ntshavheni, thank you. And of course, the President spent quite a bit of time talking about the economy and reform, and it's going to be interesting to hear that budget speech next week, given what the President has said. And she didn't say no. So, SABC, we remain hopeful. It's back to you. I'm just saying no. It's Bongi. We were meant to say bye from down here. It is a wrap now. Bongi?
Thank you very much, SK, wrapping the day for us there. And as you say, we remain hopeful. We are hopeful. Let's see what happens when that budget speech comes in. So let's wrap this up with Mzwai. I'm still with him in studio. And Mzwai, one would say the big three, the deployment of the SANDF, we're looking at the water crisis, is going to chair the crisis committee. Yeah. And then apart from the task teams, of course, let's look at now the specialized courts that are going to deal with the issues of the tenders. Did it hit the right notes, or was it a regurgitation?
Well, I would say it may have hit the right notes. And I think the kind of energy and perhaps the kind of decisiveness that was coming through in the speech, it would really be interesting to see it replicated by action. Because many of the things that he said, yes, we may have known about some of them, but how he came across as somebody who is ready to do something. In fact, the fact that he has decided to deploy the soldiers to fight gang violence tells you that perhaps there is a political will that is being backed by action. I think South Africans would also expect something similar or the same when it comes to issues like water, like local government, like exactly those costs that you are speaking about. So yes, as we say, the proof is in the pudding. But so far, it does appear that he appeared a bit more determined, perhaps, to tackle the issues. Many of the issues, of course, we know about, he has spoken about, and how it will be done going forward will be one to watch.
Some would say these are things that they've been waiting for quite some time, and could they be wrong if they say campaigning is in full swing?
Well, I think the election is probably around November. Perhaps we're still a bit too far from there. But of course, not lost on us is that this will be an election year, and certain things must be done. But obviously, whether there's an election or no election, so the services to the people still needs to be delivered, and quality services still needs to be delivered. So if then certain things won't be done because an election is coming whilst people are suffering, it means we are not delivering on the mandate. And remember, this election, Bongi, is the election of local government. So as the national government, they have a term, they have about 3 years, 3.5 or even 4 years, because the next election, national election, is only in 2029. So they have the responsibility, they have the mandate to do what they're supposed to do. If, as the national government, they realize that at a local level something is not happening, it's their responsibility. Because, I mean, as much as we have different elections in South Africa, I can tell you, even local elections are decided by national elections, by national issues.
And as a final one, then, Mzwai, I mean, they talk about the commitment to end load reduction, right? But earlier on, when the minister was speaking to Ayanda, he said they're committing to ending it at the end of November. But then October, pardon me. But now the president is speaking about next year. So I don't know, which is it?
Yeah, I think what they are doing, they are playing a very careful game. I think Minister Ramaphosa is a bit more hopeful. Perhaps he is also an engineer, so he probably has a better insight. But of course, the president wouldn't want to be seen to make promises and cometh the time he's not able to fulfill. So play it safe, but so that when it happens, end of October, is we told you, we're actually ahead of the schedule.
All right, so it will be cometh the hour, cometh the man. Let's see then if it is indeed to be. So that's how we wrap up. In fact, what has been Simpiwe, quite the day, It has been quite the day, you know, for colleagues here from behind the scenes to us here as we sit trying to make sense of the developments in South Africa. But nonetheless, it has been quite an eventful day, and a number of South Africans potentially have missed it. Some of them who are at work may have missed some of the highlights of the day, which is why we are deciding to end it off with a special montage so you can just get some of the critical moments of the day and you can take it all in. And from us here at the City Hall, it's a wrap. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night.